Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to freshman girls. It's not on. I pressed it on, but it's like muted. I don't know what to do.
I'm hearing you down here.
You are?
Try unplugging that.
I can't hear myself.
Unplug the little one and plug it back in.
Talk about the phones. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
Welcome to girls freshman volleyball on WLCS TV 20. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti here with you as the Lorain Titans get set to take on Shaker Heights. This will be a triple header of a Greater Cleveland Conference girls volleyball between Shaker Heights and Lorain. These two teams met a couple of weeks ago. The varsity match went to Lorain in 5 sets. The JV match was won by Shaker Heights in 3 sets. The freshman girls, they went 3 sets as well. And for Lorain, they are in the home white uniforms. They've got the white jerseys with the blue shorts and the blue numerals. Shaker Heights, they are in their road black uniforms, as they are to the right of your television screen there. You get a look at them. Mike Paciotti gets a good shot there of the girls in their black jerseys with black shorts. They've got the red numerals and the white trim. So Lorain will start by serving, and it'll be Allie Miller serving, and we are underway for the freshman. In the middle of the front row, Shaker sends it over, but they send it over long, and that shot from Shaker was by Lucy Bailey, the middle hitter. Hit it long. Lorain gets the first point. They lead 1-0. So Allie Miller will serve on the front row for the Titans. There's already a number that we don't have out there, so sorry I don't have number 15. But hitting it in, and a nice play there from the server, and putting that in is Allie Miller. It's 2-0 Lorain early on. So Miller serving the first 2 points of this freshman match, game 1. He played 2 games of 3, played at 25, and you must win by 2. Miller with a good deep serve that's sent to the back row, and from the middle of the front, or left side of the front row, sent back over to the Titans. Sending it over on the third hit is Maldonado. Now from the back row, Shaker Heights puts it into the net, and not able to get it over the net was Mobley Smith, and that makes it 3-0 Lorain. Good job by Maldonado. She wears number 11, and she put it over the net for the Titans. So again, back to serve is Allie Miller. Miller with a line drive serve off the top of the net, short. That gives Shaker their first point on the missed serve. It's 3-1 Lorain. Subs coming in for Shaker Heights. Coming into the match will be Marley Whitner. Again, this is the freshman, and also coming in is number 2. You see her right there coming onto the court, Kennedy Green. Green goes to the middle of the back row. So Shaker Heights set to serve for the first time early on, trailing 3-1. And sending it over is Catherine Miller. Set nicely, and the spike from the left side of the front row was too long, and Lorain thought maybe the ball was tipped, but it was not, so it'll be Shaker Heights point, 3-2 Lorain. Serve goes into the net from Catherine Miller. That gives Lorain the point, and they lead 4-2. Going back to serve is Adrienne Perez. Perez, her team up 4-2. And she puts it in play, but it is short. Doesn't get over the net. Another missed serve. Point Shaker Heights. It's 4-3 Lorain. Sub for Shaker. Coming in is Rakaya Lane. The libero for the Shaker Heights young ladies is Bella Soul, and she's going to come out as Lane comes in. And going back to serve is Lucy Bailey. Bailey with a good long serve, but it is just out. It was wide. It was the distance was good. It would have been inbounds, but it was just wide. No, I'm sorry, they call that in. So we're tied at 4. I thought that indication was it was wide, but it's not. I misread the official. We were tied at 4. I thought it was good. Should have went with my first instinct. What do I? Another good serve, and there's a miss hit on the return. The Shaker Heights takes their first lead early on at 5-4. Yeah, you got to look there at the young lady, Lucy Bailey. They don't list the heights, but you can see right there she's a very tall young lady, especially for a 9th grader. And Bailey, who had a couple nice hits from the middle of the front row, is now doing a good job with her serve. That serve, though, is just a bit long and out of bounds. Point to Lorain. The Titans tie the match at 5 apiece. So now it'll be serving. Will be Yanalise Maldonado. Maldonado going back to serve for the freshman Titans team. Working on something at the scores table. Hopefully this will be a short delay, but we've seen this before. So now trying to figure out where Shaker should be lined up. I think they've got it figured out. And we're set to resume. Maldonado with the serve. Good serve. It's an ace. 6-5 Lorain. Nice ace there for Maldonado. She hit it over the front row and in front of the back row. A little lack of communication there for the Raiders, and that gives the point to Lorain. So the Titans versus the Raiders. Maldonado, another good line drive serve, and that's another ace. 7-5 Titans. So those two were basically in the same spot for Maldonado, and that gives her team a 2-point lead. Maldonado that time, it goes back to the sole, the barrel hits it over, and there's a point for Shaker's lack of communication on the Lorain side. There's Bella Souls, who hit that over, gets her team the point, and it cuts the Lorain lead to 1 at 7-6. Now serving. I don't have an 11 for Shaker Heights, so not sure who this young lady is, but anyway, the serve is sent over, dug out nicely by Miller, sent over by the Titans, but too far, and it gives Shaker the point. We're tied at 7. (7-7) in game 1. Serve is just out. Go long and wide. Lorain with the point. They lead 8-7. And when you're in a tight game like this, boy, just the simple act of serving. If you can just get it over and put it in play, give your team a chance, because those missed serves are automatic points for the other team. Coming back in is Audrey Vaughn in for Shaker Heights. And the serve is returned, but it's returned out of bounds. Point for the Titans. They lead 9-7. Again, apologize, I don't have number 15 for Lorain, for this young lady that is serving for the freshman team. Line drive serve, set middle of the front row, sent back over, dug out nicely by the Titans, sent over on a second hit by Carly Patterson. Sold to the barrel, digs it out for Shaker Heights, and they put it into the net. Point for Lorain as Singleton, Lanaya Graham Singleton, number 9, hit it into the net for Shaker Heights, and the Titans have equaled their biggest lead of game 1 at 3 points at 10-7. They also led by 3 when they got the first 3 points of the match. There's a missed serve into the net, point for Shaker. It's 10-8 Lorain. Returning for Shaker Heights is Zuri Mobley Smith, number 13. She's going to replace Marley Whitner. And it will be Mobley Smith who's going to go back to serve. Titans up 3. We're up 2, I'm sorry, 10-8. And there's a point for Shaker, as missing the return was Camacho. On a nice serve, it's 10-9 Lorain. Again, the first match these two teams had over at Shaker Heights, these conference foes a couple weeks ago. Each game went the distance. 3 games for the freshmen, 3 for the JV, 5 for the varsity. Left side of the front row, Carly Patterson puts it over for Lorain. A miss hit on the skill attempt for Shaker Heights, and that was Rakaya Lane who had the miss hit. Point for Lorain, they lead 11-9. You gotta look at one of the officials tonight. First jump serve, and that's going to be an ace. That's a beautiful serve that time. And I don't have a 14 on my Lorain roster, but it's 12-9 Titans. And another good serve. The libero couldn't dig it out. Soul, and that'll be a point for Lorain. It's now 13-9. And we get our first timeout of the match goes to Shaker Heights. So Shaker Heights takes the timeout. Down 13-9. You get 2 timeouts in each game if you want them. And while they talk things over, you get a look at the Shaker Heights bench. Let's tell you about one of our sponsors here for high school volleyball, and that is the good folks with Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine. Conveniently located throughout Northeast Ohio. To find care for your athlete, visit clevelandclinic.org/sportscare. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain High School and Titus. An injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or a game. Self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online. Visit clevelandclinic.org/athletecare. And thank you to the Cleveland Clinic for supporting Lorain High School athletics. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti, game 1, freshman volleyball. Lorain leads 13-9, coming off the timeout. Titans serving. Titans have a 4-7 record on their season. The Shaker Heights freshman coach did not know her record when I asked it. So Mike Paciotti, I'm not an expert, but I'm going to guess that Shaker Heights is probably not undefeated if she didn't know her record. Anyway, serve goes into the net. That's a point for Shaker. It's 13-10. In my experience, when a coach doesn't know their record, they're usually not state champs. Soul to serve. Dug out from the back row. Sent over now the left side of the front row. Hitting it over is Adrienne Perez, but she hits it too far. And that'll be a point for Shaker Heights. So the Raiders with 2 consecutive points have cut the lead to 13-11. Soul with a good serve to the back row. And instead of setting it, hitting it over the net was Miller. Now from the middle of the front row, and there's a point, but going into the net was the Shaker player, and that was Lucy Bailey. Bailey got it over and got the point, but she went into the net, so that gives the point to Lorain. They lead 14-11. And now it'll be Jaden Gunner. She'll serve for Lorain. She's the libero for the Titans. Gunner sends it to the back row. And on the third hit, Bailey puts it into the net. Point for Lorain, 15-11. So the Titans bounce back with 2 points in a row. After their lead was cut to 2, it's now 15-11 Lorain. Gunner, and a little miscommunication there from the back row for Shaker Heights. That was a miss hit by Mobley Smith. You have Lorain the point and a 16-11 lead. Middle of the front row, Bailey puts it into the net. Point for Lorain. They now lead 17-11. 4 consecutive points for Lorain. to lengthen this lead from 13 to 11 to extend it to 17-11. Shaker has one timeout remaining. Lorain has both of theirs. Gunter continuing to serve for the Titans. That one goes over the net, but it is going to be, it's an ace just inbounds. That was very close. Shaker let it bounce. They thought it was going to go out of bounds, but it landed in, and Lorain takes an 18-11 lead. Gunter sends it over. There's the set, but sending it over that time was Catherine Miller. They set up this time for the freshman Perez. She sends it back over to the Shaker side. Bailey, middle of the front row. Her block attempt is blocked right at the net. Maldonado blocked it at the net and got the point for Lorain. 19-11. And a timeout for Shaker. So a tremendous job by Maldonado that time. She got up and blocked that at the net on that kill attempt. And that gives the point to Lorain as you take a look at them as they huddle around their coaching staff. They have scored 6 consecutive points after Shaker cut it to 13-11, and Lorain has a comfortable 19-11 lead here in game 1. Again, you play 2 games of 3 at the freshman and JV level. You play to 25, you must win by 2 points. So Lorain is 6 points away from game 1. Varsity is the same, that you play to 25. The only difference is you play 3 sets out of 5. So if your varsity match goes to a 5th game, instead of going to 25, they do play that to 15. Freshman, JV, and varsity volleyball here tonight on WLCS TV 20. Rob Polinsky, Mike Picciotti settling in at Lorain High School for a fun evening of volleyball in the Greater Cleveland Conference. Gunter sends it over from the middle of the front row, and on the third hit, there's a miss hit or a double hit there for the Titans. That'll give the point to Shaker Heights, and it's 19-12. So a double hit was ruled against Lorain. That ends a 6-0 run. Shaker with a lot of work to do. Jump serve, line drive, there's one. Excellent line drive serve, Lanaya Graham Singleton. 19-13 Lorain. Again, Singleton with another good serve. This one's going to be played for Lorain by Miller, and they can't hit it over on the third hit. So another point for Shaker. They've scored 3 in a row, and they cut the deficit to 19-14. Anaya Graham Singleton, outside hitter, freshman, doing an excellent job. Another jump serve for the young lady. This one again over the net, and Gunter gets it ahead, and on the third hit, hitting it over was Miller. Shaker Heights now trying to play it back to the Lorain side, but they can't do so. That'll give the point to the Titans, and it's a 20-14 Lorain lead. Camacho comes out of the lineup for Lorain. Going back to serve is going to be Allie Miller. Miller with a serve, dug out nicely by Kroll, the libero for Shaker Heights. They get it over on the third hit, and that'll be a point for the Raiders. Boy, that was a nice job by the Raiders. I didn't think they were going to get that, and on the third hit, they put it over, and Titans couldn't play it ahead and give the point to Shaker. They cut the lead to 20-15. Catherine Miller going back to serve. She's getting instructions from her coach. Miller sends it over. Gunter puts it over, but it's hit right back for Shaker Heights. They get the point, and a nice job there for the young ladies from Shaker. Cut it to 20-16. Gunner passes ahead. Miller with the set. Middle of the front row. Dug out nicely by Soul. Again, the set from Miller. Middle of the front row. The kill attempt is dug out by Soul. That kill attempt by Maldonado. Third hit. Bailey puts it back over to the Lorain side. Longest rally of the match. And a bad set there, and that'll give Shaker Heights the point. So Shaker Heights has cut this lead to 20-17. Well, the Raiders with some momentum now. They've scored 3 in a row and 6 of the last 7 points. Set from Miller, and there's the kill attempt, and that's going to be good from Maldonado. Nice kill by Maldonado, 21-17 Lorain. Titans 4 points away from game 1. Adrian Perez serving for Lorain. Her team up by 4. There's an ace. 22-17 Titans. 3 points away from taking a 1-0 lead in this freshman volleyball match from Lorain High School. Live on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television. Perez again sends it over. Dug out by Miller. Gunner. And on the third hit, it's sent back over to the Shaker side. There's a set. And Bailey sends it over to the Lorain side. And putting it into the net was Maldonado. Point for Shaker Heights. It's 22-18. Going back to serve is Lucy Bailey. She did a good job earlier. And there's a line drive serve. That's a point. Goes into the crowd from Gunner. Miss hit. Put it into the crowd. Shaker with a point. 22-19. So Shaker down 3. Bailey's a good server. And she just gets it over the net. On the third hit, the Titans with miscommunication, and they had 2 young ladies there trying to put it over. Maldonado and Miller, the miss hit, and that makes it 22-20. Shakers within 2. Lorain's still sitting there with their 2 timeouts if they want to use one. But again, serving will be Lucy Bailey. Bailey with a good line drive hit. And I think Lorain is going to take their timeout. They do. Titans take a timeout to try to slow down the momentum because Bailey has served 4 consecutive points. Lorain led 19-11, but since that point, the Shaker Heights young ladies, give them credit. They have come back to outscore Lorain 10-3 since then to cut the lead to 22-21. And again, you've got to win by 2 points, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. While we've got a minute, we would like to thank the Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers and Joyce Buick GMC for supporting our school this year. Whether you're looking for a new GMC truck or a used Buick SUV, drop in at Joyce Buick GMC and check out their inventory for a wide range of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go Titans. If you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, look no further than Joyce Buick GMC. They offer a diverse selection of Buick and GMC sedans, trucks, and SUVs that can fit any lifestyle or budget. Joyce Buick GMC and Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers are proud supporters of the Lorain High School Titans. Bailey to serve. Her team down a point. Bailey's serve, that is going to be just long and out of bounds. Point to Lorain 23-21. And who knows, maybe that timeout just threw off the rhythm of Bailey just a bit. And now Lorain 2 points away from game number 1, and it'll be Yanalise Maldonado serving. Maldonado to serve, her team up by 2. Not sure what we're waiting for here. ready to be back in play. And there'll be Maldonado after that short delay serving. Maldonado with a good deep serve that's dug out from the back row. And on the third hit, hitting it over for Shaker that time was Kennedy Green, and they get the point. So Green gets it over, they get the point. Shaker's down one, 23-22, and they've got the serve. Serving is, I don't have an 11 for Shaker. Anyway, if they get this point, we'll be tied. Serve goes over, dug out by Perez. Set from Miller, sent back over. The Titans there play it. Set for, well, Miller doesn't set it. She sends it back to the Shaker side. Now on the third hit, can they get it over? They cannot. And it'll be game point for Lorain, 24-22. Titans with game point, 24-22. And let's see who's serving here for the Titans. All right, number 15. Again, that's one of a couple young ladies that we don't have the jersey for. Lorain for game one with the serve, 24-22, sent to the back row. Dug out, then played ahead. Cross court smash by Miller. Dug out by the Shaker Heights on the third hit. They send it back over. Gunner plays it ahead. Miller with the set, middle of the front row. There's the kill attempt from Patterson. Dug out by Shaker Heights on game point. Quite a rally. Gunner's got to put it over. She does so. Now Shaker. There's the libero Sowell. They send it over. Dug out by Gunner for Lorain. Miller with the set. Middle of the front row and into the net. Patterson. A well-earned point for Shaker Heights. And they trail 24-23. It is still game point for Lorain. But now if Shaker scores the next point, then we're going to go beyond 25 because, again, you've got to win by 2. So serving will be Mobley Smith. Game point for Lorain. Smith puts it into the net, and on the missed serve, Lorain wins 25-23. So the Titans take game one. Very tight, 25-23. We'll get to the details of game one when we come back, but we'll take a timeout. Game two is coming up. Lorain wins game one of freshman volleyball, 25-23. Back with game two. You're watching girls freshman volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today. When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Game 2, we're just getting set for in this freshman match between Lorain and Shaker Heights. Lorain won the first game 25-23. Mike Paciotti always likes to know these stats, so we keep up to date between games. There were 3 ties in game 1, Mike. I know Mike says he likes that. They were tied at 4, 5, and 7. Shaker Heights, even though it was 25-23, that score would indicate maybe a back-and-forth battle, Mike, but believe it or not, Shaker Heights led once in game 1, and that was 5-4. Other than that, Lorain led, but Titans had their biggest lead at 19-11, and from that point, Shaker Heights really dug in, cut back into it. They outscored Lorain 12-6. They got it within 1 at 23-22, 22-21, and 24-23, but they could never tie it back up nor take the lead, and Lorain wins 25-23. Those stats were done for Mike Paciotti.
Pay extra for those stats.
It's all included. So we're set for game 2 to begin. Lorain with a 1-0 lead, looking for a 2-game sweep of Shaker Heights. Shaker trying to send this to a 3rd and deciding game, and Shaker gets the first point. They lead 1-0. For Shaker, serving is Catherine Miller. Catherine, the overhead serve. Gunter, the libero, digs it out. Dug out there by Miller, sent over on the 3rd hit. The libero for Sowell for Shaker did a great job, but the 3rd hit went into the net, and Lorain has tied it at 1. It'll be Allie Miller for the freshman team for Lorain that comes into this match with a record of 4-7. Miller, good line drive serve, but Sowell passes it ahead. And on the 3rd hit, the Raiders hit it over, and that was Singleton that put it over. Middle of the front row, and it's well played, and it's going to be a point for Lorain as the Shaker Heights girls give a great effort but unable to come up with it. And for Lorain, that was Maldonado who gets that point. Lorain leads 2-1. They take their first lead early on in game 2. And again, Allie Miller to serve, her team up 2-1. And they're up 1-0. There's a good line drive serve, that's an ace. Lorain up 3-1. Well placed. I don't think Shaker Heights could have got there if they wanted to. Miller with that line drive serve that was deep to the back row and in the corner. And nobody was there defensively for the Raiders. And Lorain has a 3-1 lead as they try to get off to a good early start here. Shaker Heights is now ready defensively, and Miller is set to serve. Again, the line drive, but that one goes wide and out of bounds, and that will be a point for Shaker Heights. So it's 3-2 Lorain. Back to serve, Lucy Bailey. She did a nice job serving a couple of times in game 1. She really helped bring her team back into that game. And this time she serves it into the net. Lorain with a 4-2 lead. Perez sends it over, dug out beautifully by Shaker Heights, diving and getting that over the net. A beautiful job by Audrey Vaughn. Gives the point to the Raiders, and they cut the lead to 4-3. Vaughn with a tremendous job that time. Titans unable to get it over the net. And it is now 4-4. Put it into the net, point for Lorain. The Titans lead 5-4. Yanalise Maldonado She will also play in the JV game coming up a little bit later. Some of these young ladies from the freshman team move up, and that serve goes out of bounds. We're tied at 5. Trying to return the serve, unable to do so, was Adrian Perez off the serve of Zuri Mobley-Smith. Shaker Heights has a 6-5 lead in game 2. Early stages of game 2. Just joining us, game 1 was a thriller that went to Lorain by the narrowest of margins, 25-23. So the Titans have a 1-0 lead. Dug out from the back row. Miller sends it ahead, and they put it into the net. Another point for Shaker. Shaker now with their biggest lead of not only game 2 of the evening. They only led by 1 point once in game 1, and now they've taken a 2-point lead here in game 2, 7-5. Smith hits it into the net, 7-6. Point goes to Lorain on the missed serve. Titans serving, trying to tie the match at 7. Middle of the front row, sending it over, and there's a point for Shaker Heights. And they lead at 8-6. Bailey will come back into the lineup for Shaker. Going back to serve is their libero, Bella Soul. Soul with a good, deep serve that goes off the backboard. Is played, and on the third hit for the Titans, they send it right back to the Shaker side. And there's a battle to net, and that's won by Lorain. And that'll be Carly Patterson who gets that point for Lorain, and they cut the lead to 8-7. There you get a look at Patterson and Miller, number 9 and number 8 in the front row. Jump serve, line drive, ace. 8-8. You couldn't have placed that any better. Serve is going to be a long serve and out of bounds. 9-8 Shaker. Dug out from the back row, and it passed too far ahead. It went into the net, unable to play. That was Miller. It'll be a point for Shaker Heights. Miller went into the net trying to play it. Her team trails 10-8. Titans again with a missed hit that went into the curtain that was above the netting here. Tremendous effort that time by Allie Miller. She slid into the scorer's table trying to keep that point alive, but Shaker leads 11-8, and Lorain takes their first timeout early here in game 1. So the Titans take a timeout, trailing 11-8. They lead 1-0, but Shaker Heights trying to win this and send us to a third game. We'll see if they're able to do that. While we've got a minute, I want to thank again our sponsors, and one of them is the Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine. And remind you that Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is conveniently located throughout Northeast Ohio. To find care for your athlete, visit clevelandclinic.org/sportscare. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain High School and Titus. and an injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or game, self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online at visitclevelandclinic.org/athlete care. Again, thanks to the good folks with Cleveland Clinic for supporting Lorain High School athletics, and as well as you saw those different teams that they support at the high school and collegiate level in Northeast Ohio. Shaker serving 11-8. Miller to Perez. Perez sends it over to the Shaker side, played by Soul. And left side of the front row, Singleton puts it over. Point for Shaker. Shaker with their biggest lead at 12-8. So Lorain, if they want to get a 2-game sweep in this freshman match, they're going to have to come from behind. They trail 12-8. That serve is wide and out of bounds. See if the Titans can take advantage of that missed serve. They trail 12-9. Jaden Gunter, the libero for Lorain, back to serve. She did a good job serving in game 1. And that's played and mishit out of bounds by Zuri Mobley-Smith. Point for Lorain. They cut the lead to 2. Gunner just gets it over the net and inbound on an ace. 12-11. 3 straight points for Lorain. Michelle Robinson comes in for Shaker Heights. Gunter sends it over. Bailey hits it, but it hits it too far and out of bounds. Lucy Bailey hit it out of bounds. 4 consecutive points for Lorain. We're tied at 12. So the Titans have come back to force a tie here. Left side of the front row. Now Bailey from the middle of the front row sends it over. Titans can't get there. Point to Shaker Heights. They regain the lead at 13-12. Catherine Miller, who began game 2 by serving, rotates through. She's serving again. Her team up 13-12. Gunter, the libero, unable to get it past ahead. Good effort there for the Titans, but they can't get it over. Shaker leads 14-12. Lorain, if they come back and win, they get a 2-game sweep of the match. If Shaker Heights wins game 2, then we're going to have a game 3. Gunter again plays it ahead. Perez will hit it, but hit it too long and out of bounds. 15-12 Shaker. Left side of the front row, Maldonado. Dug out nicely by Vaughn for Shaker. And there's a good 2-hand put down for Lorain at the middle of the front row by Annalise Maldonado. There you see big number 11. And that cuts the lead to 15-13. Titans down 2. Maldonado getting congratulations from her teammates. And serving for the Titans is Allie Miller. Miller with a serve, and there's a double hit as that went off of Marley Whitner. Point for the Titans. They cut it to 15-14. Deep serve, and that is going to be, that's See, that's in. We're tied at 15. That's an ace. That was in. And we've got a timeout for Shaker Heights. So the young ladies from Shaker Heights take their first timeout of this freshman match in game 2. As again, this has been a tight match. You look at the Raiders there circling around their coach. Game 1 went to Lorain by the narrowest of margins, 25-23. Game 2, we are tied at 15. And let's see if we go back through. We were tied at 1, 4, 5, 8, 12, and 15. So that is 6 ties already in game 2. Mike Paciotti is impressed.
Yeah, I am. That's a lot of ties.
It is a lot of ties. More ties than Mike probably owns. You probably don't have that many ties in your closet, right? You don't own that many ties. I used to back in the day when I had to. Now they just sit in the closet and they're like, why am I here? But they're there. Tied at 15, game 2. And Allie Miller to serve. Miller's serve goes long, point to Shaker. They lead 16-15. Again, serving will be Lucy Bailey, her team up by 1. Bailey serve, misplayed by Lorain. Point for Shaker, they lead 17-15. Bailey serve. And from the middle of the front row, sending that over and in is going to be Maldonado. Point for Lorain, 17-16 Shaker. Substitute for Shaker Heights. Audrey Vaughn coming back into the match. Back to serve for Lorain is Adrienne Perez. Game 2, freshman volleyball. Lorain leads 1-0, trying to tie game 2 here on this serve. Perez and the Titans down 17-16. Perez with a line drive serve. And from the middle of the front row, just played over the net nicely for Shaker Heights. A battle at the net that the Raiders win, and it's 18-16. Graham Singleton into the net, 18-17. Lorain, Yanalise Maldonado back to serve. Her team trails by 1. Here you can look at Maldonado as she serves. And that's going to be an ace, 18-18. We're tied. Seventh time, we have a timeout there for Shaker Heights. So Shaker takes the timeout, their second, and they don't have any left. Lorain has 1 if they choose to use it, but the Titans are up by, or I should say are tied at 18 with the serve. And again, sometimes you take these timeouts to try to break the momentum of the server. And we want to thank the Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers and Joyce Buick GMC for supporting our school this year. Whether you're looking for a new GMC truck or a used Buick SUV, drop in at Joyce Buick GMC and check out their inventory for a wide range of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go Titans. If you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, look no further than Joyce Buick GMC. They offer a diverse selection of Buick and GMC sedans, trucks, and SUVs. They can fit any lifestyle or budget. Joyce Buick GMC and the Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers are proud supporters of the Lorain High School Titans. Again, Maldonado to serve, tied at 18. Dug out by Soul. Set, left side of the front row, sent back over to the Titans. There's a set, and the kill is going to go too far and out of bounds. point for Shaker. They lead 19-18. Getting into the later stages of game 2. Lorain would like nothing more than to win this right here and get a 2-game sweep of the freshman. Shaker battling, trying to send this to a 3rd and deciding game. Mobley Smith serving. And that's a good serve that is dug out nicely at the net by the Titans. And there's going to be a point for Shaker Heights. It's the battle at the net. Miller sent it back over, but Shaker wins it, and they lead 20-18. Miss hit for Lorain, trying to pass it ahead, unable to do so. From the back row was Adrian Perez, 21-18, and I think Lorain's taking their 2nd timeout here. They are. So the Titans down 21-18, elect to take one of their timeouts. So each team has used both of them. Lorain down 3. Shaker Heights 4 points away from sending this to a 3rd and deciding game for the freshmen. As you take a look at the Lorain freshman team as they gather around their coach. The Titans have a record of 4-7 overall at the freshman level. The JV team that we'll see later on is 10-5, as is the varsity. So the JV and the varsity both 10-5. Varsity team is 3-2 in the GCC, Greater Cleveland Conference. Shaker serving, up by 3, sending it back over, and there's going to be a point for Lorain. That was beautifully done by Allie Miller, sent it deep. Bella Soul tried to play it ahead for Shaker, could not do so. Point to the Titans, they trail 21-19. Titans in need of a good service run here, down 2. Miller with the set, middle of the front row, and it's going to be spiked right back down. Patterson tried to send it over, and a great job by the front line of Shaker Heights. And that'll make it 22-19 Shaker. Soul back to serve. Shaker Heights 3 points away from game 3. 2 points away, 23-19. Looking more and more like we're going to go to a 5th or a 3rd and deciding game. Mentioned the first time these two teams played, the freshmen played 3 games, the JV played 3, varsity played all 5. So we're at game point. It should be no surprise if this goes to a 3rd. Soul to serve for game 2. And there it is. 3rd hit does not go over, and Shaker Heights wins game 2, 25-19. And we will have a 3rd and deciding game to decide who wins this match. But first, we're going to take a timeout. You're watching girls freshman volleyball. We'll be back with game 3 between Lorain and Shaker Heights right after this timeout on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Down. So go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
we want to create a fun, safe environment.
Here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing? Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect.
Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
And game 3 getting underway with Lorain and Shaker Heights. This will decide this match. And a good line drive ace from Allie Miller to begin game 3. Lorain leads 1-0. Lorain won game 1 25-23. Shaker Heights bounced back to take game 2 25-19, and that will send us to this third and deciding game for this freshman match. That serve is long and ace. We're tied at 1. Again, same rules, play to 25, must win by 2. And serving now for the freshman team of Shaker Heights, Catherine Miller. And Maldonado puts it into the net. On the other side was Lucy Bailey there to block. Shaker Heights leads 2-1. A lot of times in a third game, whoever can get the momentum early has a big advantage. See what happens here. Yes, in the middle of the front row, Bailey puts it down and Shaker leads 3-1. Shaker already with the momentum because they won the first, they just won the last game. there's a point from the guy named Gunter. She can't get there. 4-1 Shaker. Gunter, ahead to Miller, middle of the front row, Maldonado. Sol goes down to get it for Shaker Heights. Pass ahead, and on the third hit, they hit it over, but out of bounds. Point to Lorain. Titans with a serve, trailing 4-2 early on in the third and deciding game of this freshman match. Back to serve is Adrian Perez. Shaker Heights in the early going of game 3 have doubled up Lorain at 4-2. Miller to Bailey. Miller for Lorain to Maldonado, and there's going to be a point for the Titans. They trail 4-3. Serve doesn't get to the net. Miss serve gives Shaker the point, and they lead 5-3. That will be big in this third and deciding game, is whose serve percentage is better. Simply put, who can put the ball in play. Lucy Bailey with her team up serving. Bailey sends it over to Gunner. Gunner, they go into the net. Her pass ahead was too far, unable to deal with it was Allie Miller. And Shaker leads 6-3. Back row, it's played ahead. Titans on the third hit, send it over, and they get the point. Bailey couldn't get there. Coming up in the back row, not going back to get it, was Catherine Miller. And so that falls to the gym floor here at Lorain. Titans get the point, trail 6-4. Maldonado into the net, another missed serve. Shaker leads 7-4. Lanaya Graham Singleton wears number 9 on her Shaker jersey. Back to serve. Hits it over the net, and there's a point for Shaker. As early on in game 3, Shaker is simply serving better than Lorain is. Lorain's had several missed serves in this third and deciding game. Shaker has not had as many. And that's big. If you just put it in play, you give your team a chance to score a point. If you miss serve it, you have zero chance to get the point. Singleton sends it back over. And this time, Raiders hit it out of bounds. Point for Lorain. Titans trail 8-5. Dug out from the back row, hit out of bounds. Point for Lorain. They trail 8-6. So that time they put the serve in play and they get the point. Another missed serve for Lorain. 9-6 Shaker Heights. Zuri Mobley-Smith coming in for the Raiders. Miss serve, point for Lorain. Titans serving, trailing 9-7. Each team has both timeouts remaining. Jump serve, and that's going to go. It was tipped by Shaker Heights, so the point goes to Lorain. They trail 9-8. And it looks like we're going to get our first timeout of game 3, and that's going to be called here by Shaker Heights as they lead 9-8 in the third and deciding game that will go to 25. So far, Lorain had a 1-0 lead, then we were tied at 1. Shaker Heights would score 4 consecutive points after being down 1-0 to take a 4-1 lead. Titans have chipped away. They've got it to within 1 a couple of times, including right now at 9-8 and 4-3, but we've still only had the 1 tie and 1 lead change. Lorain's only lead was at 1-0. Game 1 went to Lorain 25-23. Game 2, Shaker Heights 25-19. Taking a look at the Lorain huddle. Titans trying to tie it here. The serve will go long. It's out of bounds. Shaker Heights with a point. They lead 10-8. Soul from the back row. Hit over on the third hit for Shaker Heights by Lucy Bailey. Into the net, point for the Raiders. Raiders lead 11-8. There's a look at the libero, Bella Soul. Another good serve. That's played over that time by Allie Miller. Again, back to the Titans side. Carly Patterson sent it back over, and there's going to be a good hit from the middle of the front row by Lucy Bailey. Shaker now with a 12-8 lead. And Titans have to be careful here. They can't afford to fall any further behind. So they trail by 4, 12-8. Shaker on a 3-0 run so far. And there's another point off a misplay. Unable to serve it ahead was Elena Camacho. Or I should say pass it ahead off the serve was Camacho. 13-8 Shaker. Side of the front row. Perez sends it back over to the Shaker side. Miller sends it over. We're going to get a point here on a double hit for Lorain. And Shaker leads 14-8, and we've got a timeout for the Titans. Titans take their first timeout of this third game. They have 1 remaining, and after cutting it to 9-8 to this point, Shaker has run off 5 consecutive points to go up 14-8. So the Titans with a timeout. You see them gathering around their coach. It's Caprice Irby, the varsity coach with the black, wore him up top. She's in her 4th year as the varsity match, but she's listing in here. 4th year as varsity coach, I should say. She's also given her opinions here during this freshman game. Again, after this, we'll have the JV match, and then the JVs will be followed by the varsity. Zoll with the serve, and it's long and out of bounds. Point for Lorain. And as what happens so many times is following a timeout, that server, they have lost their rhythm or whatever. They come back out onto the floor. Maybe they overthink it. I don't know, but it seems like you have so many missed serves and out of bounds after timeouts for both teams. 14-9. Lorain down by 5. And from the middle of the front row, Bailey sends it back over. And we're going to get... Ruling goes against Lorain. Shaker gets the point, and it's 15-9. Serving are the Raiders, up 15-9. Miller with the set, left side of the front row. Maldonado dug out nicely by Soul. Nobody there for Shaker Heights, though, to play that. Falls to the gym floor. Lorain with a point. They trail 15-10. Allie Miller serving for the Titans, down 5 in the third and deciding game. Line drive serve into the net, point to Shaker, 16-10. Catherine Miller serving for Shaker. Sent over on the second hit. Soul digs it out right side of the front row. Sending it over for Shaker Heights that time was Marley Whitner. And we're going to get a whistle, and the point goes to Shaker Heights on the fourth hit for Lorain. 17-10 Shaker. Ace, 18-10 Shaker Heights. Biggest lead of the match as they are closing in on game 3 unless Lorain has a big time rally, but they trail 18-10 in this third and deciding game. Miller puts it into the net. Lorain needed that, and now the Titans need to rattle off some points on their serve. Down 18-11. Seeing if she can do just that is Adrienne Perez as she goes back to the serve line with the Titans down by 7. High serve that Soul gets. Middle of the front row, Bailey puts it back to Gunner. The libero puts it ahead. Lorain doesn't talk, and it falls to the gym floor. 19-11 Shaker Heights. Plenty of time for a couple of young ladies from Lorain to get there, but and now the Titans take their second and final timeout. So Lorain is out of timeouts. Shaker has one more if they need to use it. But Lorain trailing 19-11. They're in trouble here as they've got to come from behind. Well, we want to remind you that if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, look no further than Buick GMC. They offer a diverse selection of Buick and GMC sedans, trucks, and SUVs that can fit any lifestyle or budget. Joyce Buick GMC and Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers are proud sponsors of the Lorain High School Titans. Thank you very much to the good folks with Joyce Buick GMC and the Northern Ohio Buick GMC dealers. Titans trailing 19-11. Serving will be Lucy Bailey for Shaker Heights. Both teams back out onto the floor, and we're just about set to resume. Serve dug out by Gunner. Back row, played ahead, and that spike is good off the top of the net. Catherine Miller couldn't play it. Lorain with a point. They trail 19-12. Coming in is Thea Winans for the first time, right side of the front row for Lorain. Thea Winans, number 17, into the match. And from the middle of the front row, hitting it down and getting the point is going to be Carly Patterson. 19-13 Shaker Heights. Back row. A left-handed hit for Shaker Heights, but it's put back over. That left-handed hit by Whitner. And that third hit will go into the net. And the Titans get the point, and the Titans all of a sudden have scored 3 in a row, and now they trail 19-14. They were down 19-11 as they try to battle back. They're within 5. And that serve is out of bounds. Shaker Heights gets the point, a 20-14 lead, and the serve back. Linnea Graham-Singleton serving, 5 points away from the match. The serve, 20-15. Lorain back to within 5. Jaden Gunter to serve. Well, no, the serve now will go to Thea Winans. There's Thea, number 17. She'll serve for the first time of this match. She just came in a little bit ago. Left-handed serve, and that one is served way too long and out of bounds. Point for Shaker, 21-15. Winans will come out. She'll be replaced by Camacho. Number 13, Ileana Camacho. Serving number 13 for Shaker Heights, at Zuri Mobley-Smith. Her team 4 points away from the match. We've had 3 missed serves in a row for both teams. Mobley-Smith puts that in play. On the third hit, Patterson sends it back over to the Shaker Heights side. They're set, and there's the play from the middle of the front row, and it's a good one. They get the point right over the front row and in front of the back row. 22-15. They're 3 points away. Smith into the net, 22-16. Robinson coming back into the Shaker Heights lineup to replace Mobley-Smith. This serve tightens, 23-16 Shaker. Lucy Bailey back into the Shaker Heights lineup. Bailey battling at the middle along with Patterson. Patterson gets that point. Lorain trailing 23-17 with the serve. And Jaden Gunner, who's done a good job serving tonight. Titans need her right now. Gunner sends it over. On the third hit, Shaker puts it back over, and they get the point. Well, that was well done by Kennedy Green, and we're at match point. 24-17 Shaker, match point, Kennedy Green. It's that point. Shaker serving for the match. Line drive serve, dug out nicely. Set, Maldonado with the kill off the top of the net. Shaker plays it ahead. Set, or Miller doesn't set it. She sends it back to the Shaker side. Catherine Miller with the set for Shaker Heights. Back over to the Titan side. Miller with a set. Maldonado, middle of the front row, hits it into the net. And Shaker Heights will win this match 2-1 as they win the third game, 25-17. So Shaker Heights, give them credit. They come from behind in this freshman match. Lorain won game 1, 25-23, but Shaker wins it 2-1 by coming back to win 25-19 and 25-17. That's going to do it for freshman volleyball here tonight. We'll take a timeout. We invite you to stay tuned. We'll have JV volleyball coming up later, and then following that, it'll be the varsity match between these two schools. But until then, for Mike Paciotti, this is Rob Polinsky reminding you, you've been watching girls freshman volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Welcome to Girls Junior Varsity Volleyball here on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti, pleased to be with you from Lorain High School as we get set for this junior varsity match. The Lorain Titans with a record of 10-5 under Coach Serena Rodriguez, and the Shaker Heights team wasn't sure of their overall record, but they told me they were 3-2 in conference play. And these two teams met a couple of weeks ago at Shaker Heights, and the Shaker Heights JVs won that in 3 games. Freshman game went to Shaker Heights in 3. They lost the first game 25-23, but they bounced back to defeat Lorain 25-19 and 25-17, and now we move on to the junior varsity match, where for Lorain they've got their home white jerseys with the blue shorts. Shaker Heights black jerseys, black shorts. Their numerals are in white, and Shaker Heights and the Raiders are written on the back in red. For the Titans, Lanaya Moon, Lanaya Smith, Gabriella Kales starting on the front row as we're just about set to get underway, and serving will be Milan Richardson. She is a junior for Shaker Heights, and this JV match is underway, and the first point was tipped, and it will be a point for Shaker Heights. Milan Richardson with that good line drive serve that went off, looked like the foot of one of the players in the back row for Lorain. Rodriguez with another jump serve that's played in the back row that time by Aubriella Noble. On the third hit, it's sent over by Myasia Cheers. Middle of the front row, spiking that straight down for Shaker Heights, getting the point. Ariana Davis, the sophomore, 2-0 Raiders. Dasani Smalls is the libero for Lorain in that back row, wearing number 11. There you see her. So we await the serve here of Milan Richardson. And Smalls on cue hits it, plays it forward. And on the third hit, Smith puts it over for Lorain. There's a set at the net for Shaker. Dug out nicely in the back row. Played ahead, left side of the front row, sending it over as Lanaya Smith. And the Titans get their first point of the match, trailing 2-1. So we're just underway in this JV match, game 1 between Lorain and Shaker Heights. Best 2 games of 3. And again, you play to 25. Must win by 2. Serving is Kales. And her serve is going to be just long and out of bounds. Point to Shaker. They lead 3-1. Substitution for the Raiders. Veronica Laughlin will check into the lineup. Set, and the kill is going to be sent long and out of bounds for the Titans from Lanaya Moon. Hit it just a little too far. 4-1 Shaker. And it's Katie Brown, a sophomore, serving for the Raiders. Brown serves it into the net. Lorain trailing 4-2, gets the serve back. Subbing in for Lorain is Lonnie Williams. She is a sophomore and she goes back to serve. Wears number 2 on her Titan jersey. Williams hits it into the net, missed serve, point Shaker. They lead 5-2 early on, game 1. Shakers led the entire way in the early going of this match, and Ariana Davis to serve. Her jump serve attempt is a missed serve. 5-3. Lanaya Moon, sophomore. Her jump serve That's going to be good, and unable to dig that out was Veronica Laughlin. Point Lorain, 5-4. Titans within 1. So they look to try to get their first tie in the early going. Here you get a good look at Lanaya Moon. Her jump serve right back to Laughlin. This time she plays it. On the third hit, sending it over was the libero Landon Coleman for Shaker Heights. Middle of the front row, battle with the net, won by Shaker Heights that time. They take a 6-4 lead. Lucille Goldenberg, a freshman, checking in there. She is number 10. She's going to go back to serve. So Goldenberg to serve for Shaker. Serve is dug out in the back row by Dasani Smalls. Laid over the net by Kayla's. Set for Shaker. Middle of the front row. They hit it too deep. Point for Lorain. 6-5 Shaker. Substitution for Lorain. Back in Shania Smith. Almost all the young ladies on this team for Lorain to the JV level are sophomores. Aubriella Noble is a freshman. But of the starters, everybody else is sophomore. From the middle of the front row, sophomore Shania Smith with a kill, and we are tied at 6, our first tie of the match. Lorain now looking for their first lead. And it'll be Anaya Patton, a freshman. We saw Patton in that freshman game. And now Patton with a good serve. Lorain gets their first lead, 7-6. Patton serve. Dug out. Got to get it over on this hit. They put it out of bounds. Boy, good effort by Katie Brown. She from that back row, she got it over the net, but it was out of bounds, and again, an early timeout for Shaker Heights. You get 2 for each game, and Shaker takes it after Lorain now leading 8-6 as the Titans have come from behind. They have scored 4 consecutive points. And they now lead 8-6. They should take a look at the Shaker bench, and now that's the Lorain bench with Coach Serena Rodriguez giving instructions to her team. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain High School and Titus. You can look at all the schools that they are associated with, not only high schools but colleges in Northeast Ohio. An injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or game. Self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online at visitclevelandclinic.org/athlete-care. Titans up 8-6, game 1, junior varsity. Anaya Patton, a freshman, serving. Good serve. From the back row, the libero for the Raiders, Landon Coleman, sends it over. That'll be a point for the Titans. They lead 9-6. Again, we saw Patton in that freshman game. Now we know she wears number 15 in the freshman. Patton with a line drive serve into the net. 9-7. Shaker gets the serve and the point off of that missed serve. And it looks like Veronica Laughlin, a sophomore, will serve for the first time this match for Shaker Heights. There's Veronica. Jump serve. Dug out from the back row by Lonnie Williams. Played over the net for the Titans by Shania Smith. Shaker from the middle of the front row. They get the kill. Well done. And it looks like that is Shania Johnson with the kill. And her team is within 1 at 9-8. as she gets congratulations from her teammates. Wears number 1 on that Shaker jersey. Laughlin line drive serve into the net, point Titans. 10-8 Lorain. Lanaya Smith coming in for Lorain, left side of the front row. Aubriella Noble sends it over, dug out by Landon Coleman. On the third hit, hitting it over is Kalis for Lorain. Set back up, left side of the front row. The kill is good by Katie Brown, and it's 10-9 Lorain as Shaker gets another point. Johnson to serve for her team. They're down a point. On the middle of the left side, it was Lanaya Smith hitting it over for the Titans. Sent back to the Titan side. Smith dug it out, but couldn't pass it ahead for anybody, so we're tied at 10. So the Raiders have battled back to give us our second tie of this match at 10 apiece. Johnson with a missed serve. Lorain regains the lead at 11-10. Shania Smith serving. Her jump serve, well done. Played ahead, and the libero sends it back over to Landon Coleman for Shaker Heights. And there's a kill attempt that Landon Coleman can't dig out. Well played by Lanaya Smith, the sophomore. There you look at the smiling Lanaya Smith after that kill, the sophomore. Wears number 6 on her Titan jersey. 12-10 Lorain. Shania Smith sends it over, but wide, out of bounds. Missed serve gives Shaker the point. They trail 12-11. Well, I think we told you at the beginning of the telecast that in the freshman game last time at Shaker Heights 2 weeks ago, went 3 games. The JV went 3, the varsity went 5. Point being that those were close games that went the entire distance, and so far tonight we've seen that. Freshmen went 3, they were all close. This one is close, it's 13-11. Missed serve gives Lorain the point. We'll have to see if that holds true. Myasia Cheers, a sophomore, back into the lineup for the Titans. And Giabella Kalas serving. Set from Milan Richardson, who is their setter. Third hit, Titans hit it over, but they hit it long. And that point will go to Shaker. 13-12 Titans. Line drive serve, unable to hit it over, was Dasani Smalls. And we are tied at 13. That's our third tie so far. We were tied at 6, at 10, and once again now at 13. Serving is Katie Brown. Katie put it into the net. Lorain leads 14-13. Lonnie Williams to serve. Excellent serve. Played ahead by Laughlin, and Lorain gets the point, 15-13. Lonnie Williams, sophomore, wears number 2, serving for the Titans in game 1, up 15-13. Williams can't get it over the net, 15-14. Ariana Davis serving. There's a set, and they send it over, but the Shaker Heights is there, and that time, though, Lorain went over the net, and that's going to be a point for Shaker because Noble went over the net onto the Shaker side to hit that, so we're tied at 15. So even though Noble put that down on the Shaker side of the court, the point goes to Shaker because she was over the net on the Shaker side of the court when she hit it. Can't do that. Left side of the front row, and it's going to be another point for Shaker as Noble had it for a double block at the net, and it fell over on the Lorain side. Shaker is getting the lead at 16-15. (17-15) Shaker. And we're going to get a timeout for Lorain. So Lorain takes their first timeout of the game. Each team has 1 remaining. And so far we've had ties at 6, 10, 13, and 15. Shaker now with 3 consecutive points leads 17-15. Shaker got off to the early lead, Lorain, but battled back to get their first tie at 6. Lorain's first lead of this match was at 7-6, but now Shaker has gotten a little bit back of the momentum as they lead 17-15 in game 1 of our junior varsity contest. Here you look at the Shaker coaching staff with their junior varsity team. When this match is over and we play the best 2 games of 3, then it'll be a 20-minute break as the varsity warms up, and then we'll have the varsity match for you to conclude our night of volleyball here from Lorain High School. Serving is Ava Morris. Titans send it over on the 3rd hit by Noble. Well done. Set there by Richardson for Shaker. Dug out beautifully by Lonnie Williams for Lorain. Again, the set for Richardson, sent to the back corner of the Lorain defense. And on the 3rd hit, they can't get it over. So 18-15 Shaker. Richardson set for Shaker, left side of the front row. Laughlin puts it off Noble, out of bounds, point for Shaker. 19-15, 5 in a row for the Raiders. They trailed 15-13, actually 6 in a row. They trailed 15-13, but they now lead at 19-15. That's Ariana Davis, a sophomore, getting ready, jump serve. Well done. Ace, 20-15 Shaker. Seven in a row for the Raiders. Eight in a row. Another timeout for Lorain as they try to stem the tide, but it's all Shaker Heights right now. They've scored 8 consecutive points. Lorain has taken their second timeout, and the Shaker Raiders, Shaker Heights, after being down 15-13, now lead 21-15 as they try to rally to win game 1. We would like to thank the Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers and Joyce Buick GMC for supporting our school this year. Whether you're looking for a new GMC truck or used Buick SUV, drop in at Joyce Buick GMC and check out their inventory. for a wide range of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go Titans. There you see Serena Rodriguez, the head JV coach, giving instruction to the young ladies on the floor. And the third hit goes over by Myasia Cheers. Back to Shaker at the net, and this time the Shaker gets the point as I think one of the Titans is into the net, and it's 22-15. And what a run for Shaker Heights, and what a time to do it. From going down 15-13, getting 9 in a row, to going up 22-15. They're 3 points away from game number 1. Cheers ahead to Kayla's, back to Cheers, she'll send it over. Sent ahead to Richardson from the back row. That was Davis. Set, and it's dug out by Shaker Heights. Played right back, and the Titans have a miss hit in the back row. 10 in a row for Shaker Heights. They lead 23-15, and the Titans are out of timeouts. The serve, give the point to Lorain. But the Titans down 23-16 have a lot of work to do and only 2 points to give. So it'll be Lanaya Moon, sophomore, serving for Lorain. Jump serve. Dug out, back row by Landon Coleman. Sent over. Left side of the front row, Noble goes up, the freshman, spikes it back to the Raider side. Kayla's with a set. Middle of the front row, spinning back and hitting it was Moon. It's a set from Richardson, spike attempt blocked by the Titans. Sent back over, good rally here as the Titans will hit it out of bounds. Myasia Cheers unable to keep that in play, and we are at game point. That was the longest rally of game 1. And coming back in is the freshman we saw earlier, Lucille Goldenberg. She's going to come in to serve. Try to give Shaker Heights game 1. Left side of the front row. Hitting it over with Shania Smith. And there's the point for game 1. And it was Katie Brown. And what can Brown do for you? Well, for Shaker Heights, she just won game 1 as Shaker wins it 25-16. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with game 2, junior varsity girls volleyball. It's coming up next. Again, you're watching JV girls volleyball from Lorain High School on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools television.
Down. So go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun, safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing? Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect.
Let's Go Titans.
We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Start of game 2 for the junior varsity match here between Shaker Heights and Lorain. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti with you. Lorain lost game 1 to Shaker 25-16 as Shaker Heights got the early lead. First tie was at 6. We also tied at 10, 13, and 15, but after the Titans had a 15-13 lead, Shaker Heights went on a 10-0 run, and that run basically ended the game as they were up 23-15. They would go on to win it 25-16, but that 10-0 run for Shaker Heights was the difference in game 1. Get a look there at number 13 for Shaker Heights. Looks like a new player that'll be on the floor for game 2 that we did not see in game 1. That's freshman Quinley Armstrong. So Lorain and Shaker back out onto the floor. Now, when they come back on the floor, it still takes a while for them to get started because they've got referees have to check to make sure, our officials checking to make sure all the young ladies from both teams are where they're supposed to be. And sometimes that can take longer than other times. Hint, hint, Mr. Paciotti, that you don't remember, this can take a while. Just because they're standing there doesn't mean we're playing. That's all right. We know where you went to school. I can't hold it against you. Lorain down 1-0, so Shaker Heights is going to try to win this in 2. Obviously, Lorain's motivation is to send this to a 3rd game, and to do that, they've got to win game 2. So now we're just about set to get underway, and for Lorain to serve, it'll be Giabella Kalas. So Kayla is a sophomore to serve, and game 2 is about to begin. Kayla's first serve is a good one. That's dug out. That's set by Richardson. A beautiful kill that's dug out by the libero Dasani Smalls, but unable to keep it in play. Shaker takes the 1-0 lead. There you get a look at Smalls. I don't know how in the world she was able to try to dig that out, because that was hit. That was like a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but she dug it out. And now the setter, Milan Richardson. She's a junior. There she is, number 8. She'll go back to serve for Shaker Heights. Richardson with a good line drive serve. That's an ace. 2-0 Raiders. Shaker Heights still with that momentum, fresh off of game 1 when they turned it around to win 25-16 after being down 15-13. They're trying to keep that momentum going, and Lorain trying to end it here. Richardson with the set. The kill attempt is sent over by Davis, dug out by the Titans, and there it's played. And we're going to get the Titans are going to get the point because Davis went over the net onto the Lorain side, and it'll make it 2-1. Davis just would have had a little more patience. I think that would have come over to her side, or if it doesn't, then obviously it falls over on the Lorain side. Either way, that would be a Shaker point, but she was excited, can't blame her, and she went over the net to play that. Lonnie Williams serving for Lorain. Williams. Richardson sends it over, and they will get the point as unable to play it was Lanaya Moon. 3-1 Shaker. Katie Brown serving. Substitution for Shaker Heights. Johnson coming back in. Where's number 1? In for Robinson. And there's a Dasani Small. She wasn't able to pass it ahead. And it's 4-1 Shaker. Katie Brown. Good deep serve. Smalls plays it ahead. Kayla's with the set. Right side of the front row. Sending it over was Moon. Now back to the Titans side. Kayla's again with a set. Moon middle of the front row. The block attempt by Davis, but that's going to be a point for the Titans as they trail 4-2. row, hitting it over was Katie Brown. Brown with a nice play there. Gives her team a 5-2 lead. Ariana Davis, sophomore, wears number 6, jump serve for Shaker. And that'll be a point for Shaker Heights. 6-2. Shaker up 1-0. Coming in now for them, Quinley Armstrong, the freshman, will play the left side of the front row. There's a set. And misplayed by Shaker Heights. Not sure what Johnson was thinking. She caught the ball. And it's 6-3. Shaker leads. I think that's like that TV commercial they used to do, Mike, where you make that mistake and you want to eat the Snickers bar. And she just had her Snickers moment there. There's a play at the middle of the front row, and a hit will go out of bounds, point to the Titans, and they cut the lead to 6-4. Again, Lorain has to win here in game 2 to keep this match going. Again, it's Myasia Cheers, a sophomore. Where's number 13? And she'll serve it deep into the corner, and that is just out. Shaker with a 7-4 lead. Subbing in for Shaker Heights, sophomore Veronica Laughlin. And Titans can't get it over. 8-4, Shakers doubled them up. Coach Rodriguez giving instructions to her ladies. And again, a miss hit there. Looked like Lonnie Williams tried to pass that ahead, could not. And Lorain's going to get an early timeout here in game 2 as they trail 9-4. So the Titans will take their first of 2 timeouts early on, as you see Coach Rodriguez, Coach Howell, Coach Irby all giving instructions to their team as the Titans trail 9-4. They lost game 1 25-16, and it just seems like they have not been able to regain that momentum. Halfway through the first game, they were playing very well, up 15-13, but once Shaker got the momentum in game 1 and scored 10 in a row, went on to win 25-16, and that seems to have had a carryover effect. As Lorain has never led, we haven't had a tie in game 2, and Shaker Heights leads 9-4, and Coach Rodriguez, knowing that she needs to talk to her team, took one of those 2 timeouts you get each game for right now. So we'll see if they can get the momentum back. Momentum's such a big factor in high school volleyball. Titans down 9-4. Veronica Laughlin. Jump serve. Played, there's the set. Hitting it over on the third hit is going to be Shania Smith. Shania Smith again sends it over to the Shaker side after the set by Kayla's. Raiders hit it over. Long rally here, one of the better ones of this match. Left side of the front row, good block by Smith and Kayla's at the net. Sent back to Smalls. Kayla's third hit, Lonnie Williams into the net. 10-4. Laughlin. Jump serve to the back corner of the defense. And they set up the freshman in the middle of the front row, Quinley Armstrong. Again, they don't list the heights here, but that young lady's pretty tall, and she put it straight down. 11-4 Shaker. excellent serve, and Lonnie Williams can't play, and it's 12-4 Shaker. Shaker Heights has now ripped off 6 straight points after they led 6-4. To make it 12-4, there you get a look at Veronica Laughlin. From the camera work of Mike Paciotti, that serve just long, and that will give Lorain the point, and they trail 12-5. Subbing in for Lorain, out is Williams, in is sophomore Lanaya Moon. Or I'm sorry, it is freshman Aubriella Noble, left side of the front row. Shaker gets the point on the missed serve, 13-5 Raiders. And when you're down like Lorain is, they can ill afford that right now. Johnson serving. That one's long and out of bounds. Lorain will get a point, 13-6. They got to start getting some points here. Serving Shania Smith. And that's out of bounds. 14-6 Shaker. Landon Coleman, sophomore, serving for Shaker. The serve. Point to Lorain, 14-7, but they can't trade missed serves right now. Down 7 points and down 1 game to none. At some point here, Lorain, not saying they got to rip off 7 or 8 points in a row, but if they could get 3 or 4, feel like they could get back into this match. Kayla's to serve, her team down 14-7. Don't know why they didn't give Lorain a point yet on the scoreboard, but it's 14-7. And there's an ace, and it makes it 14-8. There's an ace, 14-9. Giabella Kalas, a sophomore, serving for Lorain. Set, middle of the front row. Dug out. Titans third hit. Noble sends it back over to the Shaker side of the court. And winding up for the kill is Moon. Played over on the third hit for Shaker Heights. Well done by Richardson. Moon again, middle of the front row to Laughlin. Battle at the net. Noble and the Titans get it. And now it's 14-10. And we get a timeout for Shaker. So they fix the scoreboard, give Lorain their extra point that they were missing. And now it's 14-10 Shaker Heights. And again, we want to remind you about the folks at the Cleveland Clinic. An injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or game. Self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online at visitclevelandclinic.org/athlete-care. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is conveniently located throughout Northeast Ohio. To find care for your athlete, visit clevelandclinic.org/sportscare. Thank you very much to Cleveland Clinic and to Northeast Ohio Buick GMC and Joyce Buick GMC dealers for their sponsorship of Lorain Athletics and their support of the athletes at Lorain High School again this year. Titans down 14-10, but they're battling back here in game 2. They're down 1 game to none. As Kayla's in company, Kayla's serving. And there's an ace, and Lorain is now down 14-11. Game 1 went to Shaker 25-16. but for the first time, it seems like Lorain is getting some momentum back. We have not had a tie or a lead change in game 2, but Lorain has scored 5 in a row to cut a 14-6 lead to 14-11. Right side of the front row, Richardson sends it back, and the libero, Landon Coleman, can't hit it over. 14-12 Shaker. Set by Kalas. Noble winds up, hits it too far, long and out of bounds. And Shaker gets the point. They lead 15-12. Serving will be the setter, the junior, Milan Richardson. And that's on the line, an ace, well placed. 16-12 Shaker. And Lorain let that fall, thought it would go out of bounds. It did not. Kalas hits it over to the net, and Lorain gets the point. As Aubriella Noble was there for the Titans. 16-13. Serving will be Lonnie Williams, sophomore. Game 2, junior varsity girls volleyball. Shaker up 1-0 and 16-13 in game 2. But the Titans trying to battle back and even up this match at a game apiece and send it to a third and deciding game. But Shaker's going to get that point as Lanaya Smith couldn't play it ahead. 17-13. Katie Brown serving for Shaker. And nice job by the Titans and Noble to get that kill. 17-14. Lanaya Moon goes back. We'll have more girls volleyball for you Tuesday when the Titans host Brunswick. And there's an ace, as unable to play it forward was Katie Brown. Titans within 2 points, 17-15. Jump serve, well done, sent back to the Titan side. There's a set for Kalas. They're going to set up and winding up for the kill with Smith. Point to the Titans, they're within 1 point. 17-16 Shaker. It was 14-6 Shaker Heights. So since then, Lorain has outscored them 10-3. Now they go for the tie. Sent over. Third hit, putting it back over is Davis for Shaker Heights. There's the kill, and that's going to be good off the block by Linnea Smith. And we're tied at 17, our first tie of this match. First tie in game 2 at 17. Each team has used a timeout. Jump serve, back row, nobody there for Shaker. Lorain leads for the first time in game 2, 18-17. And there's a timeout for Shaker Heights. They take their second and final of game 2. So Lorain trying to battle back. Can they force a third game? Well, they're up 18-17. Again, they played at 25. You have to win by 2. Shaker Heights getting instructions from their junior varsity coach. Varsity match coming up after this. Shaker trying to win it in 2. Lorain trying to send us to a 3rd and deciding game. Serving, Lanaya Moon. Sophomore, where's number 9? 1 point Titan lead. Moon with the serve. And there's going to be a miss hit off Landon Coleman. 19-17 Lorain. Shaker out of timeouts. Lorain has 1 remaining. Titans by 2. Moon again. Good again. 20-17. They're 5 points away from game 3. 7-0 run for the Titans since they trailed 17-13. Dugout, sent to the front row, sending it over was Richardson. Well played by Richardson. The Titans thought she was going to set up for a kill. Instead, she dinks it over the net. Gets her team a point. Shaker down 20-18 with the serve. Serving is Ariana Davis. Line drive serve, beautifully done. That's an ace in front of the diving Anaya Patton, a freshman. 20-19. Lorain up by 1 point. Shaker won game 1, 25-16. Davis hits it into the net. Bad time for a missed serve. Lorain leads 21-19. And they're 4 points away from sending us to game 3. Patton comes out, Cheers comes in. Cheers the serve for Lorain. Cheers sends it. It's off the backboard. And it's going to be played ahead. Shaker did a good job there. Kayla's with the set, the kill attempt, diving job by Richardson, kept it alive. And Shaker will get it over. Played back to Cheers for Lorain. Good long rally here. Sent to the deep corner of the Lorain defense. Left side of the front row, Smith hits it over. Richardson with the set. Kill attempt for Shaker, and that's going to be good. Left side of the front row. Nicely done. And it makes it 21-20. Johnson had that kill. So Shaker down 21-20. And going back to serve is going to be Veronica Laughlin. This for the tie. Jump serve. It's inbounds, and it's going to be good. Unable to dig that out. Pass it ahead was Lonnie Williams, and we're tied at 21. Second tie of game 2. First one was at 17. Now Williams to try to give Shaker the lead again. Missed serve, point Lorain, 22-21 Titans. Williams out, Noble in for the Titans. Serving, Smith, missed serve, tied at 22. A lot of pressure right now on those serves. Each team with a missed serve, tied at 22. Lorain has 1 timeout, Shaker's out of timeouts. Johnson back to serve for Shaker. Johnson missed serve. 23-22 Lorain. Titans 2 points away from sending us to game 3. And they're a point away from game 2. 24-22 Titans. Titans at 10-5, trying to send this to a third game. Serve, back row, Laughlin sends it ahead. Sent over and out of bounds, and we'll have game 3. Lorain comes from behind. They were in real trouble in game 2, and they get a win in game 2, and they'll send it ahead to game 3 as Shania Smith serves Lorain the victory in game 2. So, game 1 went to Shaker Heights 25-16. Game 2 goes to Lorain 25-22. And we'll have game 3 right after this timeout. When you come back, you're watching girls JV volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing? Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect. Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
not touching anything. I'm not touching anything.
Game 3, JV volleyball, the third and deciding game, just about set to get underway. Lorain battled back to tie this match at a game apiece by winning game 2, 25-22. It didn't look good early. They trailed 14-6, but they would come all the way back, tied at 17, tied at 21 and 22, and score the last 3 points of the match to win it, 25-22. So underway in game 3. Lorain takes the 1-0 lead. So the freshman game went 3 games. Shaker Heights won. Lorain trying to turn the tables here in the JV match. And it'll be Giabella Kalas serving. Her team up 1-0 line drive serve off the top of the net. Sent back to the Titan side. Kalas with a set. And the middle of the front row. Noble puts the kill down, and it's inbounds. It's good on the line. 2-0 Lorain. Left side of the front row. There's a kill for Ariana Davis, and Shaker Heights gets their first point of game 3, 2-1. Kalas sends it over to the Shaker side. Nobody home for Lorain to play that, and it's 2-2. Milan Richardson serving for the Raiders. Good deep serve, and that is on the line. It's an ace. It's good. 3-2. Raiders with their first lead of game 3. Richardson serves, and we're tied at 3. Lonnie Williams serving for the JV team for Lorain, tied at 3. They have a record of 10-5 coming into this one. Williams, good line drive serve to the back row. That's sent over but out of bounds by Taylor Robinson, a freshman. Lorain up 4-3. Williams again. And again, that one passed ahead, but it went into the net, so Lorain will get the point. Landon Coleman, the libero, passing that ahead, went too far into the net. Point Lorain, they lead 5-3. Titans with 3 of the last 4 points. That serve is going to go too long and out of bounds. 5-4 Titans. Two varsity teams are waiting to come out onto the floor, cheering their teammates on. Serve goes into the net. Missed serve by Katie Brown. 6-4 Titans. Lanaya Moon, a sophomore, serving. Dug out by Laughlin. Kalis sets it up, and that spike is going to go out of bounds. And it is Shania Smith, Shania Smith, the sophomore, that hit it out of bounds. (6-5) Titans. Davis serving for Shaker to tie it at 6. Dug out, and it's put straight down by Johnson, and we are tied at 6. The pass on the serve receive went too far for Lorain, and Johnson made him pay. Davis with the serve. What's that going to be? That is going to be inbounds. That's an ace. 7-6 Shaker. Official says it was on the line, inbounds. No, now they're saying it's Lorain's point. So Lorain gets the point, and they lead 7-6. So it was out of bounds. I thought this hand signal, the official indicated it was out of bounds, but scores table gave it to Shaker and had Shaker with the ball on the serve. So they change it. Cheers serving for Lorain. They lead 7-6. Set by Kalas. Sent over. And a miss hit by Shaker Heights defense. Lorain takes a 2-point lead at 8-6. Played at 25. You each get 2 timeouts. Cheers again with the serve. Johnson sends it over to the Lorain side. Left side of the front row. Serving it into the net was Lanaya Smith. 8-7 Lorain. Sub Lucille Goldenberg, freshman for Shaker Heights, coming in to serve. We saw her earlier in the match. Goldenberg serve, dug out by Smith, set by Kalas, sent over on the third hit by Shania Smith. So there's 2 Smiths out there for Lorain, Lanaya Smith and Shania Smith. Richardson, left side of the front row, sent back over to the Titan side. Titans sent it over, played that back there by the libero. That is Landon Coleman who sent it over. Block at the net for Shaker Heights. Kayla's at the net, can't get it over. And we are tied at 8. Third tie at 2, 3, and now at 8. Serve off the top of the net, and it's good. Shaker regains the lead, 9-8. Lorain misplays the serve receive. They hit it into the net. Shaker leads 10-8. Lorain takes their first timeout of game 3. So that you get 2 each game. They're taking their first one. They have 1 remaining. Lorain had the momentum early on in this game, but now it is shifted back to Shaker Heights as the Raiders lead at 10-8. Take a look at the Titans there in their huddle around Serena Rodriguez. And she is talking things over with her team, telling her if you can read the body language there, you can see she's pointing to her head saying, you got to think when you're out there. So the Titans down 10-8. They lost game 1, 25-16. They came back to win game 2, 25-22. They led early on 2-0 in this one. Their last lead was 8-6. Shaker Heights has scored the last 4 points to go from an 8-6 deficit to a 10-8 lead for them. Serve, dug out, Kayla's on the third hit. Lonnie Williams hits it, and it's out of bounds. It'll be Shaker Heights point. 5 in a row for the Raiders. They lead 11-8. Varsity volleyball when this one is over between these two schools. And Smith cranks up and hits it out of bounds. 12-8 Shaker. 6 in a row for the Raiders. That would be have to be a long match if we had varsity basketball after this. It's not that long, but that'll be coming up here in a couple months. Williams on the third hit, trying to get it over, puts it out of bounds. 13-8 Shaker. 7-0 run for the Raiders. And that would be a miss hit on the set. It was served into the set, into the net. Point for Shaker, 14-8. And that ends the 8-0 run on the missed serve as it just went off the top of the net, fell back onto the Shaker side. 14-9, but Shaker up by 5, but Lorain now with the serve. Down by 5, but a big time 8-0 run for Shaker Heights to get some distance here. And there's a missed serve that Lorain can't afford to have right now. They're down 15-9, and the serve goes right back to Shaker, and it'll be Veronica Laughlin. Jump serve, gets it over, inbounds. Smalls on the third hit, Kalis will send it over. First hit by Goldenberg, and the third hit sent over by Brown for Shaker. Set, left side of the net is Noble. She gets the kill. Point Lorain, they trail 15-10. Shaker. And serving for Lorain is Shania Smith. Sophomore wears number 8 on that jersey. She comes over to the right side of the service area. The jump serve for Shania. Deep corner, well played. Laughlin got it. Third hit. Goldman to the back row. Smith over to Kayla's. Left side of the front row. Noble sends it back to the Shaker side of the net. Set. Richardson. There's the kill by Johnson. It's good. Shaker leads 16-10. Discussion at the scorer's table. Shaker leads 16-10. Substitution. And I think we're good now. As serving is libero sophomore Landon Coleman. And a miss hit on that serve receive, unable to play it ahead was Lanaya Smith. Timeout for Lorain. They're out of timeouts now, and they trail 17-10. So Coach Rodriguez felt she couldn't wait any longer. Took her second timeout, none remaining. Shaker has 2 if they want to use them. But we would like to thank the Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers and Joyce Buick GMC for supporting our school this year. Whether you're looking for a new GMC truck or a used Buick SUV, drop in at Buick Joyce GMC and check out their inventory for a wide range of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go Titans. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti from Lorain High School. Mike doing all the hard work, camera work, giving you all the pictures here tonight. I've got the easy gig. I just tell you what's going on. Noble with the kill. That one's going to be wide and out of bounds. Point to Shaker. They lead 18-10. Boy, Lorain led 8-6 early on in game 3, but since then, 12-2 run for Shaker Heights has turned a 2-point deficit into an 8-point lead, and a poor missed serve there. Badly done. Point to Lorain. It's 18-11. But the Titans, they need a lot of points in a hurry. Down by 7. And serving is Giabella Kalas, the sophomore. Varsity volleyball between Lorain and Shaker Heights to follow. Kalas sends it over, dug out there by Laughlin. Third hit, right back to Smalls, set by Kalas. Noble with the kill, blocked at the net, played ahead, and now they're going to put it over. Smalls got to get it over on this third hit. Noble does so. Dug out there by Katie Brown at the net. Lorain's going to win that battle. And that one will be Lanaya Moon. And it's 18-12. Kalas, her team down 6. Line drive off the top of the net, ace. 18-13. Nothing wrong with a little lady luck, too, once in a while. Left side of the front row, it's sent back. Smalls does a great job. Keep that alive for Lorain. Noble on the third hit, right back to the Shaker side. Richardson with the set. And there's the hit that goes wide and out of bounds by Davis. Point for Lorain. 18-14. Lorain coming back. 4 points in a row after they were down 18-10. Serve into the net. Point for the Shaker, 19-14. But a good job there for the Titans to get back into this match. I don't know if the varsity teams will have any energy left for their match because they've been up cheering, jumping around during this. Milan Richardson, jump serve into the net, 19-15. Miss serves both teams. There you see a look at the Raider varsity. Both teams have really gotten into it. Lonnie Williams back in to serve for Lorain. Good line drive serve, dug out by Coleman. From the back row, it's sent over by Laughlin for Shaker. Kalu sends it back to the Shaker side. At the front side of the net, unable to put it over was Patton. Point Shaker, they lead 20-15. Shaker Heights now 5 points away from the match. Katie Brown to serve. Kayla's left side of the front row, sent over. Dinked over, dug out by Williams. Set for Moon. She's blocked at the net. Smith goes back to get it. Sending it over is Shania Smith. Coleman will send it ahead. Milan Richardson plays it. And Kayla's will dink it over. Now Shaker on the offense. Sends it right back to Smith in the back row. Kayla's with the set. Moon with the kill. Blocked nicely by Shaker Heights. And that time it's going to go hit out of bounds. It was outside that antenna. The ball has to be inside that when you hit it over the net. And even though Laughlin sent it back to the Lorain side, it was outside of that antenna. So it is a miss hit, and the point will go to Lorain. Looks like maybe one of the Titans got hurt. I didn't see what happened on that. But the trainer is over with Dasani Smalls. And she's in some obvious pain as she goes to sit on the bench. And I think we'll be back to action here shortly. So, yep, we're ready to get back underway. 20-16. Lorain down 4. Serving Lanaya Moon for Lorain. They're down by 4. Moon sends it to Coleman. Laughlin sends it on the third hit. It's sent over by Davis back to the Lorain side of the court. The crank and the hit on the left side and the kill by Lanaya Smith. Titans are within 3, 20-17. Serve, good deep serve, and there's a point for Lorain. It's 20-18. And will Shaker Heights consider using one of their 2 timeouts? Not yet. Moon, the sophomore, getting ready to serve. Back row, played ahead, sent over, and well done. That's going to be, that was out of bounds off the play of Ariana Davis. And that'll be a point for Lorain. It's 20-19, and Shaker takes their first timeout. So the Titans have come all the way back to be down by 1 at 20-19. They'll be serving to try to tie it after this timeout. We'll see if they can get there. If you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, look no further than Joyce Buick GMC. They offer a diverse selection of Buick and GMC sedans, trucks, and SUVs that can fit any lifestyle or budget. Joyce Buick GMC and Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers are proud sponsors of the Lorain High School Titans. Thank you very much to Joyce Buick GMC and the Northern Ohio Buick GMC dealerships. 20-19, Shaker Heights leading. There you look at Giabella Kayla's number 15. And her and the rest of her Titans are back on the floor. Lanaya Moon trying to tie it. Lorain has scored 4 straight points after being down 20-15. Moon sends it back to Coleman. Over to Johnson. Laughlin sends it back to the Titan side, and they put it into the net. Point for Shaker. 21-19, Raiders. Raiders led 18-10. Since then, it's been a 9-3 run for Lorain to get them back into it. But Shaker's 4 points away from the match. Serving is Davis. Kayla's. And on the third hit, they put it into the net. Miscommunication between Williams and Smith. 22-19. 3 points away from the match. Varsity volleyball after this. And we should get underway probably about 20 minutes or so after this, after the warm-ups. Maybe 25. 22-19. Kayla's with the set, and it's put down for Shaker. They get the point, 23-19. And they're 2 points away. The Raiders with 3 consecutive points. Kayla's third hit, Shania Smith, dinked over, point Titans. 23-21. Or 23-20, I'm sorry. 23-20 Shaker. Shania Smith serving, number 8 on her jersey. She goes to the right side of that service line. Now she'll go back to the middle. Now she's going all the way over to the left side. We've seen her serve from all over tonight. Smith sends it deep. Played by Shaker. There's the set, left side of the front row, dugout. Titans get the point with a block at the net. 23-21. The Titans are 4 points away from this match. Titans out of timeout. Shaker has 1 left. And now, evidently, the officials are giving that point to Shaker Heights. I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure why, but it is going to be 24-20 and match point for the Raiders. So the Raiders up 24-20. They'll have match point. And they're over at the scorer's table. So I don't know if there was some kind of a substitution problem or what the case may be. But they're looking over on the Lorain side. And I think evidently that's what it must have been. And now Shaker, match point. Serving will be Lucille Goldenberg. For the match, Goldenberg sends it deep. Third hit, they get it over. Dug out by Shaker. Back row, and they're gonna hit it out of bounds. Lorain is still alive at 24-21. Match point number 2 for Shaker Heights. Serving, Lania Smith. First things first, get it over the net. She does. Coleman plays it. Middle of the front row, the spike into the net. That's a point for Lorain, 24-22. Match point number 3, but first we're going to have a Shaker Heights timeout. So Shaker takes their third and final timeout. 24-22. First game, 25-16 Shaker. Second game, 25-22 Lorain. Third game so far, 24-22 Shaker. These two teams met a couple of weeks ago at Shaker. The JV game went 3 games. Shaker Heights won it. A couple weeks ago, the freshman game went 3 games. Same thing tonight. 2 weeks ago at Shaker, the Lorain varsity won. That went 5 games. So each game went the entire distance, and that's also been the case tonight. So these two teams are very evenly matched. Serving, Lania Smith. Titans down by 2. Match point number 3. Smith sends it over. Played ahead by Coleman. Richardson sends it back to the Titans. Kalas gets it to Noble. Noble on the third hit. Right back to Coleman in the back row. Richardson with the set. Middle of the net. There's the point. There's the match. Johnson sends it over, sends it down, and Shaker Heights wins it 25-22. So in 3, it was Shaker Heights over Lorain. First game, Shaker 25-16. Second game, Lorain 25-22. The third game was both teams shake hands, 25-22 Raiders. So, Shaker Heights wins it 2-1. You've been watching girls at JV volleyball on WLCS TV 20. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with varsity volleyball in about 25 minutes or so. Until then, for Mike Paciotti, this is Rob Polinsky reminding you you're watching girls junior varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun, safe environment.
Here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect. Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Thank you. The Superintendent, Board of Education, Principal, and Booster Club extend to each of you a cordial welcome. We are pleased that you are here today. The officials assigned to this game have met all requirements set forth by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and have been selected for their important role in this contest. The officials for this game are Rogelio de Rosario, Tony Tahan, Skylar Miller, and Serenity Hernandez. The student athletes, coaches, and officials are guests of the Ohio High School Athletic Association, and you are requested to treat them with respect in keeping with the ideals of good sportsmanship. Let's announce the Shaker Heights Raiders. Number 7, Katie Brown. Number 8, Paige Harris. Number 10, Nora Perry. Number 14, Maya Malone. Number 12, Ari Davis. And starting for the Raiders today, number 2, Aubrey Ross. Number 3, Rena Srivastava. Number 5, Amia Moore. Number 6, Gabrielle Green. Number 9, Nora Mays. Number 11, Tristan Hall. And number 13, Sherry Walls. And let me introduce our Lady Titans. Number 3, Nariah Washington. Number 6, Demaya Clayton. Number 7, Nia Carter. Number 8, Jayla Kirksey. Number 12, Dasani Smalls. Number 13, Shania Smith. And number 16, Lanaya Moon. And our starters this evening, number 1, CC Armelin. Number 2, Ava Miller. Number 4, Jasenia Baez. Number 5, Janesha Washington. Number 9, Janelle Butler. Number 14, Jayla King. And number 15, Talaya Lucade. The Raiders are coached by Stephanie Stokes, and our Titans are coached by Coach Irby and Coach Howell. Let's have some fun, folks.
And good evening and welcome to Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti, Shaker Heights and Lorain and getting underway. Play the best 3 of 5. Lorain beat them in 5 games a couple of weeks ago at Shaker Heights, and they get the first point of the match. Lorain leads 1-0. Serving for the Titans will be Ava Miller. Other starters, CC Armelin, Janasia Baez, Janecia Washington, Jayla King, and Talea Lusain. For Coach Irby. Serve is dug out there. And a nice job by CC. At the net, gets the point for Shaker Heights. Aubrey Ross, Amia Moore, Gabriella Green, Nora Mays, Kristen Hall, and Sherry Walls comprise their starting lineup. They are 4-11. Lorain is 10-5. The set by Aubrey Ross, and the Titans get the point, and they lead 3-0. Caprice Irby in her 4th year, head coach of Lorain. Tiffany Stokes, 3rd year as head coach of Shaker Heights. And at the net, sent over on the 3rd hit, dug out by King, and sent over, but a nice block on the kill from Washington gives Shaker their first point. They cut the lead to 3-1 early, game 1. Substitution for Shaker into the game is Maya Malone, a junior. She is going to replace Rena Shrivastava. So Shrivastava comes out, and on the first serve it is wide and out of bounds. That'll be a point for Lorain. They lead 4-1. Freshman game went 3 games. JV game went 3. So they went the distance. Varsity, you play 3 out of 5. And that serve is wide and out of bounds by Washington. Point to Shaker, it's 4-2. Sub coming in for Shaker, Nora Perry, she's a senior. Serving is Kristen Hall, a senior. And the first kill attempt for Jayla King, the sophomore, puts it into the net. And it's a point for Shaker. It's 4-3 Lorain. There you go, look at sophomore Jayla King. 5'8" outside hitter. Line drive serve into the net by Tristan Hall. Lorain takes a 5-3 lead. CC Armelin back to serve, 6-foot junior. Armelin, good serve. Sent back to the Lorain side, and sending it back over is Ava Miller. Point for Lorain. 6-3 Titans. Armelin with a good line drive serve. Nora Mays dug it out, but she sent it back to the Titans side without able to set up their offense. And that made it pretty easy for the Titans. So here's Armelin again with that good jump serve off the top of the net. Mays digs that out. This time Shaker sets up the offense. Block at the net by the Titans, and we're going to get 4 hits on Shaker Heights, and it's 7-3 Lorain. Armelin again with an excellent job. Unable to receive there was Nora Perry. 8-3 Titans. You played at 25. Got to win by 2. Each team gets 2 timeouts. And if we get to a 5th game, if we're tied at 2 and have a 5th and deciding game, that one goes to just 15. It's the 4-11 Shaker Heights Raiders against the 10-5 Lorain Titans. At the net, and we're going to get another 4 hits on Shaker, I believe. And that time, Lorain gets the point. They lead 9-3. Armelin. Good deep serve that's dug out but sent out of bounds by Paige Harris. And Lorain leads 10-3, and Shaker Heights takes a timeout. So Shaker with an early timeout in this one as Lorain has jumped out in front. We've not had any ties or lead changes in this one. Titans scored the first 3 points of game 1 to take a 3-0 lead, and they now lead 10-3 as they have scored 6 consecutive points. There you get a look at that Titan bench early on in game 1. There's assistant coach Howell. Assistant coach Rodriguez also on the bench with head coach Caprice Irby. Titans off to a strong start as they lead 10-3. Here's Coach Irby. taking a water break. And now Armelin has a quick conversation with coach, and she'll go back out there to serve. Well, Armelin set, and here's another jump serve. That's excellent. It's on the line, and it's an ace. 11-3. So the timeout didn't bother her at all. 7 in a row for the Titans. 6-foot junior. And she looks the part of a very good volleyball player. Again, a great line drive serve at the net. Sent over, and that's going to be a point for the Titans off the kill by Jayla King. 12-3 Lorain. And right now, Shaker's having a dickens of a time trying to receive the serves of Armelin. That one goes too far, too deep, but what a run by Armelin. 9 straight points. Ended on a missed serve. It's 12-4. She'll come out of the lineup. Set. King with the kill. It's blocked. Good point for Shaker Heights. Gabrielle Green with the block and the point. 12-5 Titans. Serving Nora Mays. And Mays serves it into the net. Point Lorain. 13-5. Jayla Kirksey will come in to serve. She's a junior. Kirksey into the match for the first time to serve. Her team up 13-5, game 1. And that missed serve makes it 13-6. Subbing in for Shaker to serve, Rena Shrivastava. Shrivastava, a junior. And Shrivastava sends it. King digs it out. Set, played at the net, and we're going to get one of the Shaker player was into the net. Gabrielle Green, that gives the point to Lorain. 14-6. Shrivastava, when I was down there in between the JV and the varsity, checking out pronunciations, coach said, I don't know how to say it, just bring her over here. So Rena came over and said, Shrivastava. I said, oh, that's easy. 14-7. But I appreciate her taking a couple minutes just to come over to make sure we get her name correct. A line drive into the net for Nora Perry gives Lorain a 15-7 lead. I mean, if I could say Polinsky and Pachati, I ought to be able to say Shrivastava. Right. Serving for the Titans is their libero, Genesia Baez, the junior. And Armelin back in there with the block. Shaker does a good job. Now they set up Armelin. She digs it back over. Shrivastava digs it out. Left side of the front row, a block at the net. Point for Shaker Heights. And boy, give the Raiders credit there for keeping that point alive. And it's 15-8. Right side of the front row, the good kill there on the right side. Demaya Clayton, 5'9" junior, with her first kill, 16-8 Titans. Titans have doubled them up here in game 1. Coming back in for Lorain is Talea Lusain. Also back in for the Titans, coming in to serve is Ava Miller, 5'6" junior. Titans with just 2 seniors on the roster, Carter and Washington. Everybody else an underclassman. team's fun to watch this year. They're going to be really fun to watch next year. 17-8 Titans. They're 10-5 right now. Miller can't get it over the net. 17-9. Shaker gets the serve back. Checking back in for Shaker, Maya Malone. Set. Lorain dug out nicely in the back row by Mays. Left side of the front row, putting that over is Tristan Hall. Mays again with a set for Shaker. Sends it over on the third hit to Malone. Now the set for CC, and she's going to get the kill. 18-9. Serve well done by Washington. And at the net, nice job there. At the net was Amia Moore for Shaker Heights, gets the point for the Raiders. 18-10. Lorain with an 8-point lead here. Game one, you play the best 3 of 5. Tristan Hall to serve. Sends it deep, and it's too deep, out of bounds. Point for Lorain, 19-10. And now serving is CC. (19-10) Lorain. CC line drive serve into that, 19-11. Third hit. It's King, sends it over. Set, spike, point. Boy, what a spike by Gabby Green. 19-12. Mays with the serve. Third hit, King sends it over. Dug out in the back row by Shaker Heights. There's the set by Ross, and the kill attempt dug out back there. Excellent job by Washington, but they can't get it over on the third hit. 19-13 Titans. Nora Mays. She's just a sophomore. The libero for Shaker, and her serve goes to the libero Baez of Lorain. She can't play it. Point for Shaker, 19-14. So Shaker mounting a comeback here. Still down 5. But just a few minutes ago, they were down 18-9. And now it's 19-14, so they're on a 5-1 run. Baez. There's the set. King, middle of the front row, out of bounds. 19-15. And Coach Irby wants a timeout. This will be the first timeout for Lorain. Shaker took one when they were down 10-3. But Lorain has led the entire way. We have not had a tie or a lead change. But Shaker down now 19-15. This is as close as they have been in a while, as they have cut this lead to 4. Last time they trailed by 4 was 7-3. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine, proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain High School and Titus. They're conveniently located throughout Northeast Ohio. To find care for your athlete, visit clevelandclinic.org/sportscare. Appreciate Cleveland Clinic, all their support for Lorain High School, the athletes at Lorain High. Nora Mays serving. And she serves it inbounds. That's an ace, 19-16. Getting interesting here in the later stages of game one. As Nora Mays is set to serve. Line drive into the net. Lorain gets the missed serve and the point. They lead 20-16, and boy, did the Titans need that. They're 5 points away from game one. Tamaya Clayton coming back in. And going back to serve is Jayla Kirksey, wears number 8 on that jersey, the 5'5" setter. She's a junior. Served earlier in game one. Good deep serve. Dug out there by Paige Harris. Sent over and blocked at the net. A combination of King and Butler gets the point for the Titans, and they lead 21-16. Set, spike, the block at the net. Well done by Butler, gets the point. There you see her, number 9, Janelle Butler. She's just a freshman. She got a block at the net, 22-16. Timeout for Shaker Heights, their second and final timeout of game one. So the Titans have reestablished some momentum here as Shaker made a real strong comeback, but the Titans have scored the last 3 points to go up 22-16. You should see the team get around Coach Irby as they quickly come back out onto the floor. They are 3 points away from game one. Assistant Coach Howell giving instructions as well. Shaker bench just breaking the huddle from Tiffany Stokes, third-year coach for the Raiders. There you see a look at Coach Stokes as she is talking with Paige Harris. Coach Stokes in her third year, her team 4-11. Coach Irby in her fourth year, her team 10-5. We'll have more volleyball for you this coming Tuesday when Lorain battles with Brunswick. Again, conference foes now in the Greater Cleveland Conference. Titans back to serving, 3 points away from the game. Kirksey with the serve, and there's a point as that pass was too far and it went into the net from Paige Harris. 23-16 Lorain. Butler 2 serves away from a 1-0 lead for the home team. Back row, Harris sends it ahead on the third hit. It is sent over by Maya Malone. From the back row over the net, dug out nicely for Shaker. Left side of the front row, Butler keeps it alive. Can she get it over? She does, but it's out of bounds. 23-17. Serving is Maya Malone. She is a junior. And it is going to be inbounds. Malone with a serve. Inbounds, 23-18. Malone sends it back. There's the set, right side of the front row, hitting it, but hitting it too far and out of bounds was Clayton, 23-19. Malone serving. Her team down 4. There's the set. Left side of the front row sent over by Clayton. At the net, they keep it alive. Jayla King spikes it, it's good. Game point, Titans. Sub for Shaker. Sharina Stava back in. Serving for game one, sophomore Jayla King. Sends it deep, it's too deep, it's out of bounds, 24-20. They survive one game point, do the Raiders. They're going to sub in Tristan Hall. Serve, line drive serve, well done. Unable to dig that out was Washington. 24-21. Shaker trying to hold off some, they've held off a couple game points. Nora Perry serving. Dug out, there's a set for game one. The spike too far by Clayton. Lorain claiming it was tipped at the net. The officials don't agree. 24-22. Again, Nora Perry serving. Perry, good deep serve. Dug out from the back row. They can't get it in 3 hits. 24-23. And Lorain takes their second and final timeout of game number 1. Lorain led 24-19, but Shaker Heights has rattled off 4 consecutive points on game point to stay alive. And Lorain needing 1 more point to get game 1, but Shaker's being stubborn, and it's 24-23. Titans back on the floor. Up front, they've got Jayla Kirksey, Janelle Butler. In the back is Jasenia Baez, along with Jayla King. Clayton comes back into the front row. Also in the back is Washington. The serve, dug out by Baez. Then sending it back over to the Shaker side. They're going to set. Here comes their kill. Baez dug it out. The set, the kill for game 1, dug out nicely. Washington couldn't get that down. Again, Washington sends it over. Nice job digging that out by Nora Mays. Shaker sends it back over. Baez sends it over deep in the corner. Raiders play it. They play at the net, and that's going to go on the 3rd hit. Washington sends it, and it's going to be game for Lorain as it was to the back row. And I don't know if that would have went out of bounds or not, but Nora Perry played it, and Lorain somehow, some way got game 1, 25-23. That wasn't easy. They were up 24-19, and they really had to battle. Give Shaker Heights a lot of credit for coming back, but game 1 goes to the Titans. Lorain wins 25-23. We'll be back with game 2. You're watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Down. Sit go. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
Here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect. Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Game two just about set to get underway. As both teams are back out on the floor, they've checked to make sure everyone's in their correct places, and they are. And it will be Shaker Heights to serve. Aubrey Ross, she's a setter and an outside hitter, a junior. She'll start game two by serving as Lorain won game one in a thriller 25-23. Set for CC, and her first spike is good. 1-0 Titans. CC Armelin, number one. There you see her, 6-foot junior. And subbing in to serve will be Ava Miller, number two. There's Ava. Ava, a 5'6" junior. Ava's serve, dug out, set by Aubrey Ross. The kill is going to be good. And for Shaker, that's Tristan Hall. She puts it down, and we're tied at 1. The first game, Titans got out to a 3-0 lead. They also led 4-1, then they jumped out in front 7-3 and got it out to 12-3. As they had a 4-3 lead, they scored 8 in a row to go up 12-3. And then Shaker made it a little bit interesting. Lorain had a pretty big lead at 18-9. Shaker with a big comeback, but they could never tie it or take the lead as Ava Miller stinks it over the net for a 2-1 Titan lead. And eventually Lorain would win it 25-23, but they led 24-19. Shaker Heights got 4 consecutive points after it was 24-19 to make it 24-23. And Lorain finally put it away 25-23. CC with a spike from the middle of the front row. 3-1 Lorain. And when she puts it down like that, get out of the way. Unless you got a really good dental plan. Washington serving, one of 2 seniors on this roster. Jump serve, excellent job, and it dove down in front of the back row. That's an ace, 4-1. That's a heck of a serve by Janasia Washington. Jump serve, and that's a little too far. 4-2 on the missed serve. Subbing in for Shaker is number 5, Amia Moore. She's a sophomore. She'll go to the front row, and CC sends it over. Second hit from Nora Mays. Jayla King for Lorain. They're going to set up King, left side of the front row. Puts it into the net, 4-3. Point for Shaker. So the Raiders and Nora Mays down 1-0. They lost game 1, 25-23. Serves it into the net on the missed serve. Titans get the point. They lead 5-3. And now CC, who did such a good job serving. She served 7 consecutive points, and that's what got that Lorain lead from 4-3 out to 12-3. Good line drive serve. Mays passes ahead, but nobody there for Shaker. 6-3. When she serves them and they're inbounds, they are tough to return. And you can ask Nora Mays because she's been the target for many of them. CC with her team up 6-3. Off the top of the net and in. Sometimes a little luck doesn't hurt either. 7-3 Lorain. That's an inch or two lower. It falls on the Lorain side and is a missed serve, but she put it just over off the top of the net. That time into the net. 7-4. Shaker gets it back. And she will come out. Rotating in for her is Baez, Jasenia Baez. King, left side of the front row, sending it over. That time was Janelle Butler for Lorain. From the back row, set up for Butler. Butler into the net. 7-5. Lorain leads game 2. They won game one, 25-23. Set for King. Set by Aubrey Ross. Dug up by Baez, but out of bounds, 7-6 Lorain. Shaker to serve for the tie, and they are going to get it on the third hit for Lorain. A great job by Washington getting it over the net, but it was wide and out of bounds, so we are tied at 7. And Shaker leads 8-7. And this may be their first lead. Let me go back and look. Indeed, this is their first lead of game 2. There's a set. Jayla King with the kill. It's good, and we are tied at 8. So we were tied at 1, tied at 7, and now we're tied at 8. So that's the third tie early on in game 2. These two schools can't get any separation from each other all night long. I don't care if it was the freshman game, JV, or the varsity. Serving for Lorain is Jayla Kirksey. And the block attempt at the net done very well. And that was Janelle Butler, the freshman. Where's number 9? She's a 9th grader. And Lorain gets a 9A lead. A freshman playing varsity for Lorain. Kirksey again to serve. Shrivastava sends it ahead. Nora Mays back to the Lorain side. And getting the spike, and it's good, is Demaya Clayton. The junior outside hitter, 10-8 Lorain. Lorain up 1-0. You play the best 3 of 5. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti with TV 20, WLCS in Lorain. Right side of the front row, dinking it over, dug out beautifully by Baez. Right side of the front row, Clayton puts it over, dug out again by Baez. Set for King, left side of the front row, and that is going to be a point for the Titans. 11-8 Lorain. Four straight points for Lorain after they were down 8-7. Jayla Kirksey sends it over, dug out beautifully by Nora Mays, sent back over to the Titans, and Shaker gets the point. 11-9 Titans. These teams played a couple of weeks ago at Shaker, and Lorain won a hard-fought 5-game match, 3-2. Gabby Green serving. Baez missed hits on the serve return. It's 11-10. Set. And putting it into the net was Butler. And we're tied at 11. And we have a timeout on the floor, and it will be the Titans taking this timeout, as it'll be their first timeout of game 2 as you see them gather around their coaching staff. As Lorain takes the timeout. We're tied at 11. It is the 4th tie of game 1. And we would like to thank the Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers and Joyce Buick GMC for supporting our school this year. Whether you're looking for a new GMC truck or used Buick SUV, drop in at Joyce Buick GMC and check out their inventory for a wide range of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go Titans. tied at 11. Fourth tie of game 2. Titans up 1-0. They won game 1 25-23. Girls varsity volleyball tonight on WLCS TV 20. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti. Mike somehow can work 2 cameras at once with all kinds of gizmos in front of him that I know nothing about. Baez from the back row. The set, left side of the front row. The kill is going to be good, and that is Demaya Clayton. And Lorain leads 12-11. I'm sure there's a more appropriate term than gizmos, but no, you like that? King sends it deep. It's going to go off the ceiling, and they try to keep it alive. Good job by Shrivastava, who tried to keep that alive, couldn't do so, and it's 13-11 Lorain. So Lorain, if they can get some separation here, it would be huge if they could get a 2-0 lead. As Baez from the back row keeps it alive. Jayla King sends it over, dug out by Shaker. Now they're going to get it over left side of the front row into the net. They put it, and that makes it 14-11. Johnson put it into the net. See her there. Sent back over. King has it. The set, the kill by Janelle Butler, dug out in the back row. Nicely done. Sent over on the third hit by Shaker Heights to King. She'll get it ahead to Kirksey. Sent back over by Baez, dug out there by Moore for Shaker Heights. Johnson has her shot, or her kill attempt blocked, and then they're going to get the point. Or no, or they're going to say Shaker was into the net there. They are. And going into the net that time, I believe it was Amia Moore. So a point for Lorain. They lead 15-11. Battle at the net. Sending it back over was Clayton. There's the set from Ross, and it's nicely sent over by Shaker Heights to get the point. Moore put it down, 15-12. That ends the 4 consecutive points for the Titans. (15-12) Titans. Back to serve is Moore. Sends it over, dug out by Washington. King puts it into the net. Point for Shaker. 15-13 Titans. Game 2 is starting to get a little bit tighter. Again, Moore to serve. Baez from the back row to King. King sends it over. Dug out. Well done in that back row by Sherry Walls, who's played really well this game. Shaker gets the point, 3 in a row. They're down 15-14. Again, Moore serving to try to tie it, and she does. Baez dove for it, couldn't get there. We're tied at 15. Give the Raiders credit, battling back. Conversation now with 2 of our officials, tied at 15. Maybe asking one of the fans, there's been a noisemaker going on, and I don't think you can do that. So we're tied at 15 in game 2. We're having a slight delay here.
Sound power. And your whistle, sound the power.
We're tied at 15 in game 2. We've got a slight delay here. Is Administrator Tom Evans. ask the people in the crowd to stop the noisemakers. And I think we're about ready to get set, but might be asking one of the fans to leave here. Anyway, we're tied at 15. We're in game 2. Lorain leads game 1, 25-23. And it looks like we're about ready to get back underway. 9:30 at night. Tom Evans has already passed his bedtime. He's in no mood to be messing around. He'll lay down the law. I'm telling you, Mike Paciotti, I know, Coach. Left side of the front row, into the net is Janasia Washington, and Shaker takes their second lead in this game 2, 16-15. Last time they led was 8-7. And that serve is wide and out of bounds, and we're tied at 16. Baez to the back row. It is going to be sent out of bounds by the Titans, or by Shaker, and the Titans lead 17-16. Back row. And the spike, and that's a good one, and what a job there by Maya Malone. She puts it straight down, and we're tied at 17. And coming back in for Shaker Heights is Tristan Hall. She is an outside hitter and a senior. Third hit for Shaker. They send it over. Baez digs it out of the back row. Kirksey plays it ahead, and I believe that's inbounds. And that was the left side hit by Washington. And it is, and that point will go to Lorain. So the Titans lead 18-17. Titans up by 1. And serving will be Ava Miller. Titans up 18-17. Miller's jump serve is wide and out of bounds, and we're tied at 18. Baez digs it out, set, CC, Armelin sends it over, dug out by Paige Harris, point Lorain. Titans up 19-18. Going back to serve, Janasia Washington. Senior. Out of bounds, too long, 19 apiece. Washington to Baez. CC sends it back over on the third hit. Titans, King, they almost put it into the net to get it over. And now Shaker Heights, the battle at the net. King sends it back over. King again. Now putting it over was Ava Miller, back to the Shaker side, left side of the front row. Sending it over is Gabby Green, point for Shaker Heights. And we are, it will be 20-19 Shaker. So Shaker regains the lead at 20-19. The second game very, very tight. Miller to King, left side of the front row into the net. 21-19 Shaker. That's the first time either team has been ahead by 2 points since it was 15-13 Lorain. Just to show you how tight it's been. Tied at 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. CC into the net, 22-19 Shaker. And let's see, Lorain's going to take their second timeout. So the Titans are now out of timeouts. Shaker has 2 remaining, but Shaker has seized control of game 2. It's been a seesaw battle. We were last tied at 19, but after Lorain was up 19-18, Shaker with 4 consecutive points to go up 22-19. Biggest lead in game 2 for Lorain. As I look back, they led early 7-3. And that 4-point lead, then it was 15-11 Lorain. But since 15-11 Lorain, it's been an 11-4 run for Shaker Heights that has turned a 4-point deficit into a 3-point lead at 22-19. Shaker desperately needs game 2 because they're down 1-0. Lorain would love to get a 2-0 lead, but they're going to have to come from behind as Nora Mays, the libero, serving in a 3-point lead for Shaker. Back to Baez. She'll get it ahead to Ava Miller. Jayla King sends it over to the Shaker side on the 3rd hit. There's the set for Aubrey Ross. And CC sends it back. Nora Mays. Pass ahead to Gabby Green. Jayla King for Lorain. The set, right side of the front row. Lusain cross court but out of bounds. 23-19 Shaker. 5 straight points for the Raiders. And they're 2 points away from evening this game at a game apiece. The first time they met, it went 5 games. Boy, you kind of get the feel here of if Shaker comes from behind to get this game 2, we might be in the same scenario. So it'll be Nora Mays to serve, 23-19. Jump serve just over the net on a line drive, dug out beautifully by Washington. Left side of the front row, Jayla King sent it over to Shaker. Mays from the back row sends it back to the Titans at the net. And we're going to get, I believe one of the Titans went into the net, and it's game point. Game point, Shaker up 24-19. They have scored 6 in a row. Lorain led 19-18, but now they trail 24-19. 6 consecutive points for the Raiders. Game point number 1 here to even the match, the game apiece. Line drive, sent back by Washington to the Shaker side. Nora Mays with a set. Here comes the kill for game 1, but Baez dug it out. Ava Miller over to Jayla King. Sends it back over to Paige Harris. And for Tristan Hall for Shaker. Back to CC. CC puts it down, and Lorain stays in game 2 for now. 24-20 Shaker. Lorain to serve, and it's going to be CC. She's got to serve 5 consecutive points to make it 25, or 4 consecutive points to tie it at 24. If she can't do that, Shaker wins. Doesn't jump serve, sends it over, and she sent it over wide. So she didn't jump serve because I think she was leery of a missed serve. For the first time, she just sends it over without jumping, but she sent it over wide and out of bounds. Shaker Heights wins game 2, 25-20. So we are now even at a game apiece. We'll be back with game 3. Lorain and Shaker Heights girls varsity volleyball. It continues after this. You're watching girls varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Down. Sit down. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun, safe environment.
Here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect.
Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Game 3 getting underway. We're tied at a game apiece. Ava Miller with the serve for Lorain to begin game 3. Sent wide and out of bounds. Titans lead 1-0. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti here with you. Lorain won game 1, 25-23. Shaker bounced back to win game 2, 25-20. There's a look at Ava Miller. Now the critical third game. Why, you ask? Well, you play 3 games out of 5 and you're tied at a game apiece. If you get that third game, there's CC with the kill that gets dug out beautifully by Shaker Heights. If you can get the third game, then you're up 2 games to 1 and your opponent has to come back and win the final 2. Kind of like in tennis. If you're a tennis fan and you've watched 5 sets of tennis and they're tied at a set apiece, that third set, normally whoever's up 2 sets to 1 doesn't come back. The team the tennis player that's down 2 sets to 1 doesn't come back. Well, same thing in volleyball. If you can get this third game and go up 2 games to 1, makes it awfully hard on your opponent. 2-1 Titans, or 2-1 Shaker, I'm sorry. Baez gets it. And they put it straight down, 2-2. So the Titans at 10-5, Shaker Heights at 4-11. Back to serve is Janasia Washington. Washington sends it to the back row. There's the set from Aubrey Ross. Dug out beautifully there in the back row by Washington. Sent back to the Shaker side. Ross with the set. Battle at the net. CC and Jayla King put it down for Lorain. They lead 3-2. Titans led a lot of game 2, but Shaker with a good comeback after they were down 15-11. And CC sends it off the top net. And Shaker digs it out. We're going to get one of the Lorain players into the net, and that will tie it at 3. So after it was 15-11 Lorain, Shaker Heights would outscore the Titans 14-5 the rest of the way. And that wiped out a 4-point deficit and gave them a 5-point win. Washington ahead to Miller. CC with the kill, dug out, but passed into the net too far. Point for Lorain, they lead 4-3. Sub coming in for the Shaker Heights is Sherry Walls, defensive specialist, junior. She played really well in game 2. And CC Armelin back to serve. The jump serve. Line drive is a good one. There's an ace. Lorain leads 5-3. See if the Titans can get a little separation here in game 3. We were tied at 1, at 2, and at 3. No, Mike, I'm not doing Lawrence Welk. I'm just telling you the game was tied at 1 and 2 and 3. 5-3. That's for our older viewers. Nora Perry sends it back over to the Lorain side. Jayla King with the kill, and beautifully done and saved somehow by Nora Perry. They send it back to the Titan side. I don't know how she was able to do that. Perry digs it out again. Ross with the set. The kill attempt, and that's going to be a point for Shaker, and that was well earned off the kill for Nora Perry. But Nora Mays somehow dug out a couple of big-time hits. And she goes to the sidelines and gets congratulations from her coach, Tiffany Stokes. 5-4 Lorain. Serving. Amia Moore. Baez ahead to Ava Miller. Then the spike attempt is going to go long from Janelle Butler and out of bounds, and we're tied at 5. Here you get a look at Butler and Ava Miller. Serve into the net, point for the Titans. They lead 6-5. Serving for Lorain, Jayla Kirksey, a junior. The setter on the team. Into the net. The serve 6-6. Jump serve. Kirksey goes back to get it. King got to get it over, can't do it. Good effort, unable to get it there. Shaker leads 7-6. Each team with 2 timeouts. Game 3, a game apiece. Line drive serve in front of Baez. That's an ace. Nice serve by Tristan Hall. 8-6 Shaker. Tristan jump serve just over the net. Ace, 9-6 Shaker. Officials calling timeout. Is there something going on at the scores table? Should be 9-6 Shaker Heights out in front. It's 9-6 Shaker Heights. And they try to get things straightened out over there. And they're showing the score 7-7. That is not right. It is 9-6 Shaker Heights. And I don't know how in the world they get 7-7, but that's what they've got. So Kirksey sends it over, dugout, left side of the front row. They send it. Baez will get it. The set for Jayla King. King winds up, point for Lorain. So Lorain, according to the scoreboard, out in front 8-7. Line drive for Lorain, middle of the front row, dug out there. Kirksey with a set, right side of the front row, and putting it over is Demaya Clayton. 9-7 Lorain. Middle of the front row, Jayla King gets it to Baez. King sends it back over. Right side, it's set up by Ross. Block at the net, beautifully done there. That was Butler with the block. Sending it over and getting the point for the Titans is Washington. Titans lead 10-7. And Lorain again gets the point, 11-7. Serving is King. Line drive off the top of the net. Point for the Titans. They lead 12-7. And we've got a timeout for Shaker Heights. Shaker takes their first timeout. And 12-7 lead for Lorain. And want to remind you that an injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or game. Self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online at visitclevelandclinic.org/athlete-care. Thanks again to the Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine, official sports medicine provider of Lorain. You get a look there at Shaker Heights, and we're being told that Shaker doesn't have anyone from their school keeping an official book, so there's nothing they can do about it when the scoreboard here is wrong. They're not keeping a book, so they can't protest it. So Lorain leads 12-7. We're a game apiece. Game 3. There's the set, right side of the front row, dug out by King. Set, and that's going to be a point for Shaker. Line drive serve. And from the back row, Jayla King at the net. Shaker Heights gets a set from Ross. Sent back over. And Kirksey saves it for Baez, sends it back, but it went too far. Shrivastava with a nice play, too, on that for Shaker Heights, and it's now 12-9. Serve into the net, 13-9, Lorain. Srivastava ahead, and that is going to be not being able to send over by Malone. Too far away from her. Lorain leads 14-9 in game 3. We're tied at a game apiece. And left side of the front row, dug out by King, but sent it too far back. Her teammate couldn't get it. Point for Shaker. Lorain leads 14-10. Shaker sends it back over, and on the left side of the front row, that's Washington. Washington with a kill, and that's going to go wide and out of bounds. So 15-10. Not sure what we're waiting on here. And one of the Lorain players is coming over to the official to talk things over, as Shaker's also pleading their case. I'll be honest with you, Mike, I missed what they were arguing about. What's that? Oh, they called it in. Okay. Thank you. So they called that in. And that makes it 15-10 Lorain. And Lorain is going to check in. And Ava Miller sends it to the back row. Srivastava sends it over. And at the net, that's CC. CC dinks it over. Point Lorain. They lead 16-10. Titans doing a good job at the middle of this game, getting some separation finally, as they're trying to take a 2-1 lead, as it is 10 o'clock as we play this, and we're in game 3 of the varsity. There's CC with a set, sent over by Ava Miller, dug out nicely by Nora Mays for Shaker, and Shaker sends it over by Amia Moore, and we get a whistle. And that's going to be a point for Shaker Heights, 16-11 Lorain. Coach Caprice Irby in her 4th year, head coach of Lorain. Jayla King, the set for CC, puts it straight down. Point for Lorain, 17-11. Serving will be Washington. Sends it to the back row and left side of the front row. Nice block there by CC and Lorain as they tag team on that one. 18-11 Lorain. Washington to serve. Line drive into the net. Point Shaker, 18-12. Serve. Baez too far. King sends it over. Set by Ross, middle of the front row. Dinked over CC. Now they go back to the right side of the front row for Shaker, and unable to get it over was Tristan Hall. Point for the Titans, they lead 19-12. Baez comes out. Back in is the freshman Janelle Butler. Titans with CC serving. Up 19-12. Game 3, a game apiece. Into the net, 19-13. Serving, Amia Moore, sophomore, sends that too deep. Missed serve, point, Lorain, 2013. Titans 5 points away from a commanding 2-1 lead. They try to beat Shaker in girls volleyball for the second time in a couple of weeks. Jayla Kirksey serving. Kirksey, that is too far. Missed serve. Point, Shaker, 20-14. All to serve. King. The set for Jayla. Cross-court hit, too far, 20-15. Shaker with a couple of points now. Tristan Hall on the third hit. Washington hits it off the curtain here and it falls on the Lorain side, 20-16. 3 straight points for Shaker Heights. Tristan Hall doing a good job serving. Baez digs it out. And Jayla King has to get it over on the third hit. She does so. Nicely done by King. And at the net, we're going to get a double hit and into the net. That's going to... Not sure what that call is against Shaker Heights, but Coach Stokes doesn't understand it either. Not sure what that one was, but it gives the point to Lorain. They lead 21-16. Jayla King to serve. Good deep serve at the net, and it's going to be a point for Lorain, 22-16. King, the sophomore, 3 points away from a 2-1 lead. Rivastava gets it, and on the spike, they get it over. Ava Malone sends it over, and Shaker cuts the lead to 22-17. Sub for Shaker coming back in is Gabby Green. Also coming back in for Shaker Heights, Katie Brown. Katie Brown will come in to serve. Her team down 22-17. And that one, I don't know. I haven't seen a call, and the official said it's in. It's an ace. Point to Shaker Heights. 22-18. And the official now going over to the scores table again. Coach Stokes. It's 22-18. Lorain up by 4. I'm not sure what Coach Stokes is arguing about. But anyway, hopefully fairly soon we'll be back underway. Shaker serving, down 22-18. Serving is Katie Brown. Brown sends it too far and out of bounds, 23-18. So maybe that arguing and that delay that Coach Stokes brought on affected her server. Who knows? 2 points away from game 3 are the Titans. And serving is their libero Baez. 23-18 Titans. There's an ace. 24-18, it's game point. There you get a look at Baez, the junior. A serve away from a 2-1 lead. Sends it over. Right back to the Titans side. Well, they go back to Shaker, and there it's going to fall harmlessly on the gym floor, and Lorain takes a 2-1 lead as they win game 3, 25-18. So we'll take a timeout. When you come back, we'll find out if the Titans can win this in 4, or will we have a 5th and deciding game here. Lorain up 2-1. We'll be back. You're watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Down. Sit down. Hey, Titans.
For everyone attending our games,
We want to create a fun and safe environment.
Here's how we can do that together.
Leave your bags at home.
What are you doing?
Bags are not permitted at games.
Bring your student ID.
If you're not an LHS student, you will need a parent or guardian with you.
And they need to stay the whole time.
Be respectful.
Make sure you're in the student section.
This is the spot to be at. We need you here.
We're here to make sure that everyone has fun and stays safe at all the games.
Follow the rules and make it a positive one.
Go Titans.
We need your support. So let's bring the energy. Hey!
Greatness starts with
Respect.
Let's go Titans. We love seeing our stands filled with Titans.
Come out and support us.
Let's go Titans. Greatness is in us.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Game 4 set to get underway. Shaker down 2-1. Serve to try to stay in it. Jayla King with a great dive to keep that first serve alive. CC will get it over, and the point goes to Lorain. They lead 1-0 here in Game 4. Well, if Lorain can win Game 4, then they'll win the match 3-1. If Shaker wins Game 4, then we're tied at 2. Go into a 5th and deciding game like they did a couple of weeks ago. Serving, Ava Miller for the Titans. Miller with a good deep serve. That's dug out in the back row by Nora Mays. And they send it back over. Baez sends it. Ava Miller. Jayla King now will send it over, and that is going to go long and out of bounds. Tied at 1. Good eye there by Gabby Green. She was in the back row and let that go past her and out of bounds. And serving will be Katie Brown, the sophomore. Katie jump serve, that's too long. 2-1 Titans. Titans up 2-1. And a block at the net, nicely done by CC and Lorain. It's 3-1 Lorain. Washington jump serve, nicely done. Ross with the set, play at the net. Lorain kept it alive. CC middle of the front row, sends it over to the Shaker side. And nobody in the back row as that was passed from Gabby Green. Instead of sending it forward, she sent it behind her. And Lorain is out to a 4-1 lead. Early stages of Game 4. Boy, it'd be great if the Titans could just take control of Game 4 early and get a win here. Washington off the top of the net, and that's going to be an ace, 5-1. So the Titans up 5-1. Up 2-1. Nora Mays to Ross. Block attempt again at the middle by Lorain, nicely done. Green sends it over. Baez got it. Ava Miller with the set for Jayla King. It's blocked right back at him. CC sends it back to the Shaker side. And on the third hit, hitting it over is Tristan Hall. Point for Shaker Heights, 5-2. Lorain with a lead. 2-1 Lorain. Lorain's won Game 1 and 3, 25-23, 25-18. Shaker won the second game, 25-20. Mays line drive to CC, trying to keep it alive. Got to get it over. Baez can't do so. Point for Shaker, and for the first time in this Game 4, Shaker has scored consecutive points. They trail 5-3. Nora Mays, the sophomore, line drives it. And on the third hit, Ava Miller will send it back to the Shaker Heights side. The Raiders now in the middle of the front row, nicely done. They dink it over, and it's 5-4. And that was Amia Moore. 3 in a row for the Raiders. Raiders and Lorain, 2 members of the Greater Cleveland Conference. Baez, and that's going to be sent back at her, the point. And again, Amia Moore with a good play, 4 in a row. We're tied at 5. Mays line drive, but it's out of bounds. Lorain up 6-5. So 2 ties in the early going at 1 and at 5. Titans up 6-5 in Game 4. Third tie is CC Harmelin put it into the net. We're tied at 6. Shaker's got to win the next 2 games to win this match. Lorain needs to win one of the next 2 to win this match. 2 weeks ago, Lorain won at Shaker Heights in 5 games. Baez digs it out, back to the Shaker side. Sent over. And again, there's Shaker setting it up. Ross with the set, block at the net. Sent back over by Moore for Shaker. Set by Ava Miller for Lorain. Winding up is Jayla King, and it gets the kill down. Point is good. Titans lead 7-6. Substitution for Demaya Clayton coming in for Lorain, and Rena Shrivastava coming back in for Shaker Heights. Titans up 7-6, serving Jayla Kirksey. You see her there wearing number 8 on her jersey. Jayla serves. Set, right side of the front row. The spike is going to go long from Gabby Green. Point for Lorain, they lead 8-6. Middle of the front row. Moore sent it back over. Now there's Jayla King, left side of the front row, dug out nicely by Nora Mays. Back to the Titans, set, and hitting it over was Clayton. Now they get it back to Moore. Moore sends it over. Baez coming up, and we're going to get a point for Lorain, as I believe there was a double hit on Shaker Heights. 9-6. Titans have scored 4 of the last 5 points. Shrivastava goes to get that, keeps it alive for her team. Now there's a set for Kirksey. Dinked over in the point. Nicely done by the freshman Janelle Butler. 10-6 Lorain. As they start to get a little momentum here in game 4, trying to win 3 games to 1. They can keep the pressure on the Raiders here. That serve is wide and out of bounds, 10-7. King sends it out of bounds. She tried to return it over herself. 10-8, Shaker gets the point. And serving is junior Gabby Green. So Gabrielle Green serving for the Raiders of Shaker Heights. Dug out by King. The set, right back for King. She winds up and gets it. Jayla King makes it 11-8 Lorain. Sub in for Shaker Heights, Sherry Walls will return to action. She'll replace Gabrielle Green. Jayla King will serve for Lorain. Line drive serve, played in the back row by Walls, but she passed it, couldn't get it. 12-8 Lorain. King will get the third hit, is not going to get over the net. 13-8 Lorain. So the Titans on a good stretch here, and Shaker Heights takes their first timeout of game number 4, in which Lorain hopes is the final game here. But they've got a long way to go, up 13-8. After we were tied at 5, the Titans have outscored Shaker Heights 8-3. As you look at Coach Howell and the Lorain bench, we want to remind you that if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, look no further than Joyce Buick GMC. They offer a diverse selection of Buick and GMC sedans, trucks, and SUVs, that can fit any lifestyle or budget. Joyce Buick GMC and Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers are proud sponsors of the Lorain High School Titans. 13-8. Lorain out in front. Game 4. Jayla King to serve. King serves it. Shrivastava sends it ahead. There's the kill attempt, and it's good. And again for Shaker Heights, that's outside hitter Katie Brown. 13-9. Lorain's lead is cut to 4. And serving will be Amia Moore. Set. And the spike is going to be blocked back, but I believe that was, yes, it's inbounds, as the spike attempt for Janasia Washington was sent back inbounds by Shaker Heights. It's 13-10. Raiders trying to come back. Baez, Kirksey, Clayton with the spike, and it's good. 14-10 Titans. Back to serve, junior libero Janasia Baez, 5'6" in height. Janasia sends it, Shrivastava. And they can't get it over on the third hit. And it is now 15-10, Lorain. Titans going to pull away here a little bit. (15-10). Baez gets it ahead. There's the set for Ross. Sent over but out of bounds. 16-10 from Maya Malone. We were tied at 6. That was our last tie. Titans have outscored them 10-4 since. And Arby Ross that time, instead of setting it, sent it over. But the Lorain defense was ready for it. And there's a good spike attempt. It's in to Maya Clayton. That was well in bounds. 17-10 for the Titans. 11-4 run since our tie of 6-6. Baez into the net, 17-11. Jayla King from the back row sends it over somehow. Set for Ross, left side of the front row. And getting the point for Shaker Heights is Katie Brown. 17-12 Lorain. (17-13) on the miss hit on the return. Shaker's not done yet. Scored 3 in a row. You know, they've been here for 5.5 hours too. They're not going to give up without a fight. What the heck, right? You've been here this long. What's another half hour? Middle of the front row. Kirksey with the set. CC has a block, but the block went out of bounds. That should be Lorain's point. I believe it is. Titans now lead 18-13. Serving is Ava Miller. From the back row on the third hit, sending it over was Brown. Set, there's Brown, sends it over to Baez. Set for CC, winds up, cranks it up, dug out nicely by Sherry Walls. They keep it alive. And for Lorain, sending it back over on the third hit was Washington. Dug out by Jayla King. Set for Ross, middle of the front row. The spike attempt by Malone is going to be out of bounds. 19-13 Titans. Miller, jump serve. Digging it out from the back row, Nora Mays. Ahead, winding up, and a good spike that time for Tristan Hall. Point for Shaker, they trail 19-14. Subs coming in. Going back to serve is going to be Katie Brown. Shaker down by 5. They're down 2 games to 1. Lorain inching closer to a victory. That serve is well out of bounds. 20-14 Lorain. Serving for the Titans is Janasia Washington. And the third hit, it goes over. CC puts it right back. Nora Mays kept it alive for Shaker Heights, but they hit it into the net. Gabrielle Green, 21-14 Lorain. The Titans are 4 points away from a 3-1 win over Shaker Heights. Serving is Washington. Jump serve, it's a good one. It is sent back. Baez digs it out. There's the set, and nobody there to send it over. 21-15. Shaker gets the point. So an error on that. The set was there, but nobody was there to put it over for the Titans. A little miscommunication there on who was supposed to be there. Nora Mays now to serve. Her team down by 6 points. Line drive serve. CC gets it to Ava Miller. Over to Jayla King. Cross court kill that's dug out by Mays. Right side of the front row. Beautifully done. And in play by Tristan Hall. Point for the Raiders. They trail 21-16. Mays. Jayla King. Sent over by CC, but it goes into the rafters, and it's 21-17. And Shaker Heights with 3 consecutive points. Shaker down by 4. Nora Mays sends it over. CC to Jayla King. There's the set, left side of the front row. Beautifully done, and there's another point for Shaker from Gabby Green. 21-18. And we're going to have a timeout here for Lorain. So timeout Lorain as Shaker Heights has rattled off 4 straight points, and it was 21-14 Lorain. Now it's 21-18. We've had 3 ties in this one, at 1, at 5, and at 6. But Shaker Heights has never led in game 4. But now they're as close as they've been in a long time, down 21-18. Why don't we remind you one more time about the Cleveland Clinic. Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine, they are proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain High School and Titus. Any injury can happen to your athlete during a practice or game. Self-schedule an appointment with a sports medicine specialist online visit clevelandclinic.org/athlete-care. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti. Game 4, late stages. And it's Nora Mays, the sophomore, serving. She'll send it long and out of bounds. And Lorain now up 22-18. And for the Titans, coming back into the lineup is Janelle Butler. Butler is Butler number 9, left side of that front row. See if CC can serve it out with 3 jump serves. Jump serve number 1, way long and out of bounds, 22-19. Titans still up by 3. Now Shaker Heights will serve, and it'll be Tristan Hall, the senior. Shaker needs to win this game to send us into a 5th game to decide it. Lorain trying to win it in 4. Tristan Hall sends it off Baez, and that'll be a point for Shaker, and it's 22-20 Lorain. Tristan Hall again, jump serve, too long, out of bounds. 23-20 Lorain. Titans up by 2, subs both teams. Coming in for Lorain is Clayton and Kirksey. Coming in for Shaker Heights is Shrivastava. 23-20 Titans. Kirksey will go back to serve. 2 points away from the match. Line drive. Winding up is Clayton. Sent back to her. Clayton will set up Jayla King. Blocked at the net. Match point. Match point for Lorain. They're up 24-20. So Kirksey, the serve. Match point, 24-20 Titans. Kirksey sends it over. Dug out by Mays. The set at the net, the spike, that's too long and out of bounds. And Lorain gets a 25-20 Game 4 win, and they win the match 3-1. Lorain wins at 25-23. They lost the second game 25-20. They win the third game 25-18, and they win the fourth game 25-20. So with the win, the Titans improve to 11-5. They get the season sweep over Shaker Heights, and the Raiders will drop to 4-12. Our next volleyball coverage will be Tuesday, as it will be Brunswick at Lorain, a Greater Cleveland Conference match, as the teams are talking here at midcourt. And anyway, Lorain wins it in 4 games. So I think that's going to do it for us, as Coach Stokes and Coach Irby continue to talk at midcourt. And Mike, I think that's going to do it for us tonight. So again, we'll wrap it up here. And again, congratulations to the Titans. They win in 4 over Shaker Heights. You've been watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television. Good night, everybody.